The Acts of Stephen, King of England and Duke of Normandy, Book 1. On the death of King Henry, who had given peace to the realm, and was the father of his people, his loss threw the whole kingdom into trouble and confusion. During his reign the law was purely administered in the seats of justice, but when he was removed, iniquity prevailed, and they became the seedbeds of corruption. Thenceforth, England, before the resting place of right, the habitation of peace, and the mirror of piety, was converted into an abode of malignity, a theatre of strife, and a school of rebellion. The sacred bonds of mutual concord, before reverenced by the nation, were rent asunder, the ties of near relationship were dissolved, and the people, long clothed in the garments of peace, clamoured and became frantic for war. Seized with a new fury, they began to run riot against each other, and the more a man injured the innocent, the higher he thought of himself. The sanctions of the law, which formed the restraint of a rude population, were totally disregarded and set at naught, and men, giving the rein to all iniquity, plunged without hesitation into whatever crimes their inclinations prompted. In the words of the prophet, there was no soundness from the sole of the foot to the crown of the head, for from the lowest to the highest their minds were diseased and wrought violence, or sanctioned the violence of others by silent assent. Even the wild animals, which in former times were preserved peaceably in parks and enclosures throughout the country, were now turned loose and harassed, everyone hunting them without reserve. This indeed was a minor calamity, not much to be complained of, and yet it was wonderful how so many myriads of wild animals, which in large herds before plentifully stocked the country, suddenly disappeared, so that out of this vast number, scarcely two could now be found together. They seemed to be entirely extirpated, insomuch that it is reported a single bird was a rare sight, and a stag was nowhere to be seen. The people also turned to plundering each other without mercy, contriving schemes of craft and bloodshed against their neighbours. As it was said by the prophet, man rose up without mercy against man, and everyone was set against his neighbour. For whatever the evil passions suggested in peaceable times, now that the opportunity of vengeance presented itself, was quickly executed. Secret grudgings burst forth, and dissembled malice was brought to light and openly avowed. While the English were in this state of turbulence and trouble, and the reins of justice now being relaxed, gave loose to every sort of wickedness, Stephen Count of Boulogne, a nobleman of illustrious lineage, landed in England with a small retinue. He was the best beloved by Henry, the late pacific king, of all his nephews, not only because he was of near kindred to him, but on account of the virtues by which he was eminently distinguished. In him, what is rare in our times, wealth was joined with humility, munificence with courtesy, while in all warlike undertakings, every encounter with the enemy, he was bold and valiant, cautious and persevering. Thus gifted, when the report of King Henry's death reached him, he was beyond sea, but instantly conceiving a great design, he hastened to the coast, and embarking, with fortunately a fair wind, he sailed for England, on which his thoughts were fixed. Landing, as I have said before, with few followers, he proceeded to London, the royal metropolis. At his arrival, the city, which had been in mourning for the death of King Henry, came out to meet him with shouts of joy, and received him in triumph, regaining in Stephen what they had lost in their protector Henry. The men of rank and experience assembled in council to provide for the welfare of the nation, unanimously resolved to elect him king. For they said that the kingdom was exposed to danger when the source of order and justice failed, and that it was therefore of the utmost importance to choose a king at once, who might re-establish peace for the common good, punish malcontents by force of arms, and administer the laws justly. They claimed it also as their undoubted right and especially privilege, when the throne was vacant by the king's death, to provide that another should take his place and follow in his steps. And they said that there was no one, as it appeared to them, who could fulfil the duties of a king, and put an end to the dangers of the kingdom, except Stephen, who seemed sent to them by divine providence, and who appeared to all worthy, both from his illustrious birth and his great qualities. These allegations being favourably received, at least no one openly contradicting them, the assembly came to the resolution of offering the crown to Stephen, and he was chosen king by common consent. This proviso being first made, and, as commonly reported, ratified by oath, that as long as he lived, the citizens should aid him by their wealth, and support him by their arms, and that he should bend his whole energies to the pacification of the kingdom. Stephen, having thus secured the name and dignity of king in so fortunate a manner, took arms with the resolution of restoring tranquillity, and successfully encountering the bands of robbers who ravaged that part of the kingdom, he made his name great at the very beginning of his reign. At that time there was a man of low condition, for he was King Henry's porter, but ready at mischief and greedy to plunder the poor. This man, at the head of a band of rude country folk and some hired soldiers, kept the whole neighbourhood in alarm by his endless depredations with fire and sword. Stephen, however, encountered him boldly, killing his comrades or throwing them into prison, and taking their leader also, he after a while hung him on a gallows. After this, suddenly collecting a strong force from all quarters, he hastened to join Henry, the bishop on whom his chief reliance was placed. He was Stephen's brother, both on his father and mother's side, and a man of extraordinary prudence and persuasive eloquence, and fortune favouring him, had become abbot of Glastonbury, bishop of Winchester, and apostolical legate in England. The bishop, extremely pleased with his brother's success, came to meet him with the principal citizens of Winchester, and after a short conference, conducted him with great pomp into the second city of the kingdom. There was at that time in the city of Winchester a man named William, who, being the trusty treasurer of King Henry, had been frequently tampered with by the bishop, with offers of a bribe, to give up the castle and the treasure it contained. But the more he was pressed, the less he was disposed to yield. As soon, however, as he heard of the king's coming, whether through love or fear of him I know not, he presented himself before him with a cheerful aspect, and made him master of King Henry's treasure, containing great hoards, gathered throughout all England from the time of the oldest kings, together with the castle. Reports of the new king's arrival spreading throughout the kingdom, he was joyfully acknowledged by numbers, those especially who were before in friendly relations with himself and his brothers, and these seconded his efforts with all their power. Among these was William, Archbishop of Canterbury, a man with a smooth face and strictly religious manners, but much more ready to amass money than to dispense it. For at his death, the king's officers found immense sums secretly hoarded in his coffers, which if he had distributed for charitable uses while alive, in imitation of the steward in the Gospel, who made himself friends of the mammon of unrighteousness, and distributed abroad and gave to the poor, so that his name should be had in everlasting remembrance, he would have better fulfilled the character of a good shepherd. The archbishop being urged by the king's adherents to anoint and consecrate the king, and thus supply by the exercise of his sacred functions what seemed to be wanting, he met their instances with the reasonable answer that it ought not to be done lightly or suddenly, but should be first maturely considered, and careful inquiry made whether it was wise and expedient. For the king, he argued, is chosen for the purpose of governing all, and that when elected he may enforce the rights of his government on all, so that it is plain that all should make common agreement in confirming his election, and that it should be determined by common consent whether it shall be ratified or annulled. He added that King Henry in his lifetime had bound all the principal men of the realm, by a most solemn oath, not to acknowledge the title of any one after his own death, but his daughter, who was married to the Count of Anjou, or if he himself survived her, his daughter's heir. Therefore there was great presumption in endeavouring to set aside this engagement, the more especially as not only was King Henry's daughter living, but she was favoured in having heirs of her body. To this the king's partisans replied with confidence, "We do not deny that King Henry's policy in the marriage of his daughter was wise, as it led to a firm and stable peace between the people of Normandy and Anjou, between whom there were frequent disturbances. With respect to the succession, that imperious king, whom no one could resist, with a voice of thunder compelled, rather than persuaded, the great men of the kingdom to take the oath of fealty. For though he foresaw that an involuntary oath would not be considered binding, still he wished, like Ezekiel, to have peace in his days, and by the marriage of one woman, create a bond of union between countless multitudes. We willingly admit that this thing was agreeable to him while he lived, but we say that he would not have been satisfied that it should be unalterable after his death. For those who stood round him when he was at his last extremity and listened to his true confessions of his sins, heard him plainly express his repentance for the oath which he had enforced on his barons. Since therefore it is evident that an oath extorted by violence from any man cannot subject him to the charge of perjury, it is both allowable and acceptable that we should freely acknowledge for king him whom the city of London, the metropolis of the kingdom, received without opposition, and who founds his claims on his lawful rights, through his mother, the late king's sister. We are also firmly convinced that by acknowledging him and supporting him with all our power, we shall confer the greatest benefit on the kingdom which, now torn, distracted, and trodden down, will in the very crisis of its fate be restored to order by the efforts of a man of firmness and valour, who being exalted by the power of his adherents, and the wisdom of his brothers, whatever was wanting in himself would be fully supplied by their aid. Impelled by these and other considerations, which for brevity I omit, the Archbishop anointed and consecrated Stephen king, both in England and Normandy, with a large attendance of the clergy, which being known, and the report spreading throughout England, almost all the great men of the kingdom willingly and reverently gave their adhesion, and many of them, receiving presents and grants of land from the king, did homage to him, and liberated themselves from the fealty they had before sworn. Among these was Robert, Earl of Gloucester, the bastard son of King Henry, a man of great ability and the highest prudence. On his father's death, report says that the crown was offered him, but with sound judgment he did not acquiesce in the proposal, observing that it was more just to leave the kingdom to his sister's son, who had a better title to it, than to have the presumption to usurp it himself. After being frequently summoned by messengers and letters from the king to attend his court, at last he came, and was received with extraordinary favour, everything he required being granted on his doing homage. His submission, at length, was followed by that of almost all the rest of England. Upon this, the king, attended by a large body of troops, made a royal progress through the kingdom. influencing those who were favourable to his pretensions to give him their allegiance freely and dutifully in the various monasteries, cities, and churches, and listening with courtesy and deference to all who laid their wants before him. To create tranquillity throughout the realm required great efforts. To restore union among his subjects, great sacrifices. And the pacification not only of England but of Wales was a work of much labour and vast expenditure. Wales is a woody and pastoral country, running parallel with the borders of England on one side, and bounded by the sea throughout its whole extent on the other. It is stocked with game and fish, and feeds large herds of milch kine and beasts of burthen. The men it rears are half savage, swift of foot, accustomed to war, always ready to shift both their habitations and their allegiances. When the Normans had conquered England, they established their power in the country bordering on their territories by erecting numerous castles, reducing the natives to subjection and settling colonies of their own followers. They introduced laws and courts of justice to promote order, and the country became so fruitful and abounding in plenty that it might be considered not inferior to the most fertile part of Britain. But on King Henry's death, when the peace and concord of the kingdom was buried with him, the Welsh, who always sighed for deadly revenge against their masters, threw off the yoke which had been imposed on them by treaties, and issuing in bands from all parts of the country, made hostile inroads in different quarters, laying waste the towns with robbery, fire, and sword, destroying houses and butchering the population. The first object of their attack was the district of Gower on the sea coast, a fine and abundantly fruitful country, and, hemming in with their levies on foot, the knights and men-at-arms who, to the number of 516, were collected in one body, they put them all to the sword, after which, exulting in the success of their first undertaking, they overran the borders of Wales, bent on every sort of mischief, and ready for any crime, neither sparing age nor respecting rank, and suffering neither place nor season to be any protection from their violence. When the king received intelligence of this rebellion, he raised, for the purpose of quelling it, a considerable force of cavalry and archers, whom he took into pay at a great expense, and dispatched them against the insurgents. But of this force, after many of their number were slain, fighting gloriously, the rest, shrinking to encounter the ferocious enemy, retreated in disgrace after fruitless toil and expense. There lived at that time in Wales one Richard Fitzgilbert, a man of distinguished gallantry, surrounded by wealthy kinsmen and vassals, possessed himself of vast domains and numerous castles, who kept all his neighbours in check by leagues to which they were bound by hostages, so that the country became so peaceable and affluent that it might have been easily taken for a second England. This man, having demanded of the king some great favour which was refused him, departed, it is said, with the intention of commencing hostilities. On his entering Wales with a large retinue, he was waylaid and slain by the Welsh, his escort escaping. It becoming bruited abroad that the greatest man in Wales had fallen, the people of several districts, assembling in great numbers, entered his territories, and being divided into 3 bodies, in military order, the foot soldiers attacked Richard's horsemen, who, joined by others who came to their aid from the neighbouring towns and castles, made a force of 3,000 men. The attack being made in 3 quarters, they were defeated by the insurgents, who pursued them shouting and pouring in flights of arrows. Many were miserably slain, some were driven into a river and drowned, and others were burned in churches and houses. The whole district, 36 miles in extent, was overrun and plundered until nothing was left. The old were exposed to death or derision. The young of both sexes were bound and dragged away into slavery. Women of every age were openly and shamefully ravished. They stormed the castles of some barons and closely beleaguered others under whose yoke they had hitherto bowed, but over whom they now lorded in turn. One of Richard's castles, which was impregnably fortified, and in which his wife, the Earl of Chester's sister, had sought shelter, was closely invested. She, deprived of her husband's protection, with the despondency of her sex, was tortured with anxiety. Thus, strictly enclosed, and short of provisions, for numerous bands of the enemy patrolled the country, and without hope of relief, she was worn out with grief and care. But still holding out, when her immediate neighbours were unwilling to offer her any assistance, Milo, who was the Lord of Gloucester, and afterwards obtained an earldom rather by his crafty genius than his right of inheritance, devoted himself and his followers to the peril of effecting her release. He was impelled to undertake it as much by compassion and his natural feeling for the distressed lady as by the king's command, who had written to enforce the enterprise. Tracking his way, therefore, through the enemy's posts, among the gloomy recesses of the woods and over the mountain tops, he resolutely approached the beleaguered castle, and withdrawing the lady and her people in safety, returned triumphantly to his own territories. The king, having learned that the Welsh were endeavouring to excite rebellion in this neighbourhood, resolved to offer further resistance to their rash presumption. He therefore sent for Baldwin, the brother of Richard Fitzgilbert, already mentioned, and entrusting him with a large sum of money, commanded him to carry relief, as soon as possible, to his brother's territories, and resolutely strive to crush the enemy. On receiving the money, he got ready a body of cavalry, and with the addition of 500 stout bowmen, reached the castle of Brecknock with all his forces. There he heard that the enemy had advanced to meet him in vast multitudes, and, blocking up the roads by felling trees across them, had summoned their confederates to assemble from every quarter. Alarmed by this intelligence, he interrupted his march and halted for a long time, hoping that the enemy would be wearied out or exhausted by famine. Meanwhile, he abandoned himself to gluttony and sloth, until he had prodigally spent all his supplies, whereupon he withdrew in poverty and disgrace. Robert Fitzharold also, a man of the noblest descent, was employed in subjugating the Welsh, but with better results. For gaining a great victory over a numerous body of them, he added impregnable fortifications to a deserted castle, and placing in it a chosen garrison resolute to hold it to the last extremity. After these successful events, he returned to England with a few followers to recruit his forces. Meanwhile, the enemy, taking advantage of his absence and apprehensive of his speedy return, gathered together in one body, and after a long siege, when provisions failed in the garrison, and Robert could not arrive in time to resist their furious assaults, they compelled its surrender. The Welsh creating these disturbances, the king thought that he was struggling in vain, and throwing away his money in attempting to reduce them, and that the better plan was to suffer for a while their unbridled violence until, ceasing to oppose them, they should quarrel among themselves and perish by famine, or cut one another's throats. And this soon happened, for thinking of nothing but robbery and murder, the country was left without men, the fields without tillage, so that scarcely any means of life was left to those who came after, and the wild animals which followed the footsteps of the ravages perishing from murrain and starvation. Men themselves died among them of the pestilential atmosphere. I have thus collected in one series all the events which occurred in Wales at different times in a short account, in order that I may not wander from my regular narrative as often as some remarkable action requires to be related in its proper place. The king, thus actively employed in tranquillising the kingdom and consolidating its peace, as I have before mentioned, was courteous and obliging to all men. He restored the exiles to their estates. In conferring ecclesiastical dignities, he was free from the sin of simony, and justice was administered without bribe or reward. He treated with respect churchmen of all ages and ranks, and so kind and gentle was his demeanour, that, forgetful of his royal dignity, on many occasions he gave way, in others he put himself on an equality with, and sometimes even seemed to be inferior to, his subjects. And now England had assumed its ordinary state of repose, and all men, by the grace of God, through whom kings reign, quietly submitted without force or any sort of persecution, except certain of the principal and nearest friends of King Henry, whom he had raised from low degree to the highest offices of his court. These persons he attached to him in the course of time by the strictest obligations, conferring on them the highest honours and large estates, making each earls and sheriffs of counties, and appointing them judges of all cases in the courts summoned by the king's command. They were now summoned to attend his court, and were promised a continuance of the same favours and same honours which had been conferred on them by King Henry, for a while confining themselves to the neighbourhood of their castles. They declined to obey the king's summons, partly on account of the fealty which they had sworn to his cousin, King Henry's daughter, and partly because, as the great nobles of the realm, they were disgusted at the pride and pomp of those who, though sprung from nothing, had been raised above them in rank and possessions, and exceeded them in power. There was another reason for their dreading to come to the king's court, lest, having to answer in his presence the complaints of the poor and the cries of the widows whose lands they had seized, they might be compelled to yield to justice what they had unjustly acquired. But the king inclined to great forbearance, and wishing to try fair means before he resorted to force, sent some of those persons he most trusted to the malcontents with a commission to use every means, either by gentle words or, if they failed, by threats, for reconciling them to his government. The threats prevailed, and a safe conduct being granted them for going to and returning from the court, and all their demands being conceded, they did homage to the king, and taking the oath of allegiance, bound themselves faithfully to his service. Among the rest were Payne Fitz-John and Milo, already mentioned, the first having the counties of Hereford and Shrewsbury, the other that of Gloucester, under his jurisdiction. These nobles had so stretched their power during King Henry's reign that, from the River Severn to the sea, throughout the borders between England and Wales, no one was safe from their litigation and extortion. After his death, actuated more by apprehension of King Stephen than by any feeling of their own weakness, when they were watching an opportunity of making disturbances, both came to a wretched end without having time for repentance. Payne, while he was chasing the Welshman, was pierced through the brain by an arrow, the only one of his party who fell. Milo, surviving to cause the king and the realm great trouble by his crafty policy, as will be fully related in the sequel, was at last transfixed by an arrow in his breast, by one of his attendants while he was hunting deer, and died on the spot. All the great lords having thus sworn fealty to the king, the rulers of the church, with the principal laymen, were summoned to a synod at London, assembling with one accord, and the pillars of the church being arranged in order, and the commonalty also, as is their custom, introducing themselves in an irregular manner, various matters of importance to the church and kingdom were brought forward and well debated. Eloquent speeches were made in the king's presence on improving the state of the church and restoring her liberties. It was said that, in King Henry's time, the church faltered like a humbled and suffering handmaid, and was subjected to many insults, and that her pastors and stewards of the word of God and the servants at his altars were involved in pleas and lawsuits, and were exposed to violent extortions, and taxed under pretence of yearly gifts, while her gates were more frequently unlocked by the key of Simon Magus than by that of St. Peter. The bond of marriage, which God had pronounced good, was dissolved on slight pretences. The king abandoned himself to adulterous courses, and tolerated them in others, took possession of the church lands on the death of the clergy, and appropriated the offerings at the altar to laymen, or compelled those to whom they rightly belonged to pay for their redemption. If anyone offered himself for the defence of the house of Israel, and opposed these scandalous practices with the rigour of the ecclesiastical law, he was forthwith repelled with injustice by the terror of the king's name, and exposed to grievous persecution by him and his satellites, and was not permitted to be heard as plaintiff or complainant, until he had previously acknowledged and purged himself of his presumption by confession in open court. Vehement complaints were made to the king of these indignities offered to the church, and he was entreated to restore its liberties and jurisdiction, and place its laws above the decisions of the secular courts, and not to suffer their infringement on any pretence whatever. The king heard all this with great patience, and freely acceding to their demands, commanded that the liberties of the church should be safe and inviolable, that its decrees should be maintained, and that its ministers, whatever was their rank or order, should be treated with reverence. He would have fulfilled his engagements had not evil counsel, which perverts the best disposition, and his necessities, which were above law and reason, induced him to break them, as I shall relate hereafter. These discussions being concluded with great unanimity, the synod was dissolved. There lived at this time one Robert de Baddington, a knight of good extraction and plentiful estate, but a glutton and a wine-bibber, who in time of peace abandoned himself to sensual indulgences. But after the death of King Henry, changing this gluttonous course of life for one of turbulence, he got together a band of soldiers and archers, and sallying forth from his castle, harassed the whole neighbourhood with fire and sword. After a time he did homage to King Stephen, but instead of desisting from his evil course, he became more ferocious and malevolent than before. Upon being summoned to court to answer for breaking the peace of the kingdom, he made his appearance reluctantly and in great tribulation, well knowing he was guilty of treason. Several persons brought forward against him charges of his having pillaged their property with violence, and as he had no defence, judgment was pronounced against him that he should place his castle at the king's disposal, and that all his possessions should be at the royal mercy, a most just sentence, that one who had unjustly invaded the property of others should, by a fitting retribution, lose his own. It was therefore resolved by the king, the necessity of the case requiring it, that Robert himself should accompany a troop of soldiers who were to take possession of his castle. He heard this decision with a lurking smile, turning in his mind how he might best seduce the king's soldiers and keep possession of his property. Accompanying them on their march as their leader and guide, he brought them to one of his farms, where he offered to entertain them, and causing his servants to set before them a plentiful repast, with abundance of wine, when they had feasted, and night coming, were buried in sleep, he mounted his horse and stole away, Fortifying his stronghold against the king, he wandered about from place to place, concealing himself in the woods, and sometimes acting in concert with outlaws, but at last he perished miserably in a foreign land. The king's soldiers, when they woke in the morning and found their companion fled, were in great trouble at their own negligence and his escape, and returned to the court in disgrace. Meanwhile, Robert's retainers overran the neighbourhood with fire and sword, collecting large quantities of provisions to store in the castle, until the king, receiving intelligence of these disorders, put himself at the head of a large body of troops, and hastened to the spot. On his arrival, he pitched a camp around the castle, setting a watch of archers by night, while others lay in ambush by day, and vigorously applying all his means to the attack of the place. Not long afterwards, the night watch arrested a wretched lad who had been led down from the castle walls and was trying to escape. They brought him to the king, who commanded him to be hung on a lofty gallows in sight of the garrison, swearing that they should all share the same fate unless they quickly obeyed his commands and came to an agreement for the surrender of the castle. In terror at the king's threats, and thinking it was time to provide for their own safety, for what will not a man give in exchange for his life, they consented to surrender under hard conditions, for they were banished from the kingdom during the king's pleasure. They took refuge for a long time, as I have heard, with the King of the Scots. The king had scarcely completed this enterprise when messengers from Exeter brought intelligence of great tumults which had broken out there. Baldwin de Rivers, a man of the highest rank and descent, was breaking the king's peace in a most unusual manner. He had brought armed bands into the city among the peaceable inhabitants, and was reducing not only them, but all the neighbourhood under his dominion, and storing the king's castle, which he had seized with provisions swept from the country, loudly threatened with fire and sword all who resisted his unjust pretensions. The messengers therefore implored the king that he would come to the help of the citizens in their present distress, and afford them the only succour they could expect, so that, strengthened by his aid, they might oppose Baldwin's power, and maintain their allegiance to the king, their only lord. On hearing this, the king was enraged at the presumption of Baldwin. More especially it was as clear as day that the castle of Exeter had always been a royal castle, and that he was justly entitled to its custody. Allowing therefore no time for Baldwin's retainers to overrun the country, he dispatched to Exeter an advanced guard of 200 horses, with orders to march all night and prevent, if possible, the enemy's egress. But if they found armed men mixed among the citizens, they should prevent their committing any outrages in the town. At break of day the following morning, a band of Baldwin's troops issued from the castle, incensed against the citizens, because they had sent to the king for help, and intending to plunder and set on fire the town. When, behold, the king's horse was seen drawing near the city, with glancing arms and flying colours, and boldly marching in at the city gates. And in the midst of the dreadful confusion they drove the garrison back into the castle. Not long afterwards the king himself arrived with his troops in regular and brilliant order, and the citizens, going out to meet him with offerings and joy, brought him into the town in great triumph. Exeter is a large city, ranking, as they say, the fourth in England. It is surrounded by ancient Roman walls, and is famous for its sea fisheries, for abundance of meat, and for its trade and commerce. Its castle stands on a lofty mound, protected by impregnable walls and towers of hewn stone. Baldwin had thrown into it a strong garrison chosen from the flower of the youth of England, who were bound by oaths to resist the king to the last extremity. Baldwin himself with his wife and sons shut himself up in the citadel, preparing for the worst, and the garrison, manning the battlements and towers with glittering arms, taunted the king and his followers as they approached the walls. Sometimes they made unexpected sallies and fell furiously on the royal army. At others they shot arrows and launched missiles against them from above, using all the means in their power to molest the enemy. Meanwhile the king with his barons, who had accompanied him, or who afterwards gathered their forces and joined his army, made every exertion to press the siege. With a body of foot soldiers heavily armed, he drove the garrison from the outer wall, which was built on a high mound, to defend the citadel, and retained possession of it. He also succeeded in breaking down the inner bridge which gave access to the city from the castle, and with surprising address raised lofty wooden towers, from which the defenders of the castle were assailed. Day and night he perseveringly pushed the siege, at one time mounting the hill with his troops on horseback, and challenging the besieged to fight, at another causing his slingers to annoy them by hurling stones. He also employed miners to sap the fortifications, and had all manner of machines constructed, some of great height, to overlook what was passing within the garrison, and others on a level with the foundation of the walls which they were intended to batter down. The besieged, on the other side, lost no time in destroying the machines, and all the ingenuity employed in their construction was wasted. Thus the contest was maintained with great vigour and ability on both parts. Whilst they were thus actively engaged in the siege, Baldwin's soldiers, who were entrusted with the defence of his castle of Plympton, in despair for their lord, from the accounts they heard of the king's power, and fearing for their own lives, from mere cowardice and want of firmness, privately sent messengers to the king to treat for the surrender of the castle, and make terms for themselves. The king was desirous, if possible, to crush these disorders without having recourse to arms, and he therefore readily granted all they requested, if only they submitted to him and became peaceable subjects. The agreement being ratified, the king detached 200 horse, with a large body of archers, who early in the morning made their appearance before Plympton, to the great dismay of the provincials, and especially of those who were not of the faction. The traitors delivered up the castle to the king's troops on the pretence that they were not strong enough to defend it. It was razed to the ground by the king's command, and Baldwin's domains, which were very extensive in that district, and were fertile and well stocked, were stripped of everything, so that the expedition returned to the king at Exeter with many thousands of sheep and cattle. The intelligence spreading throughout the whole of Devonshire, the other adherents of Baldwin, fearing the loss of their property from the king's expeditions, offered their submission. With the exception of Alfred, son of one Joel, a man of eminence, who was a familiar and intimate friend of Baldwin's, and his sworn comrade in the contest with the king. His mansion, however, was small, and not sufficiently fortified to afford protection to his people, so that, leaving it empty, and drawing off all his retainers, his brother led a strong band to Exeter, and joined the king's troops unobserved, and under colour of coming to their aid, for it was impossible among so many armed men to make out clearly who or what he was. Then getting a messenger into the castle, for prisoners and monks were occasionally allowed the privilege of ingress, he announced to Baldwin's guard that from love of him, and fidelity to his engagements, he had left all, and was come to share his fortunes whatever they might prove to be. The garrison rejoiced greatly at their comrade's arrival, and opening the gates, they sallied forth in strong force, and joining their friends, brought them safe into the castle, in the sight of the king and his principal officers. The royal army was thrown into consternation, and especially those who had the superintendence, because they had permitted the intruders to mix among the troops unobserved, and they were still more mortified that they had been able to go over to the enemy in open day and unopposed. The king, however, took the affair in good part, saying it would turn out well, if it was so ordered by divine providence, that all the disturbers of the peace were shut up in one hold. Meanwhile, the issue was long doubtful between the assailants and the besieged, for the king had been detained before the castle nearly 3 months, and had paid as much as 15,000 marks in various expenses. Then, however, the almighty disposer of events, being willing to bring his labours to an end, dried up the springs which fed into wells within the castle with water in abundance, so that, though before they furnished a plentiful supply for all the men and beasts of burthen in the garrison, there was not enough now to slake the thirst of a single man. Some say that the springs failed in consequence of the extraordinary heat of the season, others that their course in the bowels of the earth was diverted by some accident in the deep and hidden channels through which they flowed. For myself, I neither attribute the failure to the drought nor to any chance accident, but I plainly assert that the exhaustion of the springs was the work of Providence. For if during the preceding ages, with so many dry summers, they had always been a plentiful supply of water, the failure now can be attributed to nothing but the interference of Providence, more especially as before the castle was besieged, and immediately after its surrender the springs flowed abundantly, and there was no want, but during the continuance of the siege, so that the suffering of first seemed to be a scourge sent by the Almighty to compel them to give up what they had unjustly and arrogantly held. The wells being dry, they had recourse to wine to supply their necessities, and that too was speedily exhausted, as they were forced to use the wine in making bread and in cooking their food. They consumed it also in extinguishing the firebrands which the king's engineers threw into the castle to fire their warlike machines and barracks, so that the wine soon failed as the water had done. Having now nothing to drink, their sufferings were extreme, and they were reduced to a state of the utmost debility, for man's body can only be maintained in health and vigour by a sufficiency of nutriment, without which it becomes feeble and weak, worn to extremity with constant watchings, fainting with the warfare of various kinds which they carried on against the besiegers from the battlements, and exhausted by insufferable thirst, the garrison held consultations as to surrendering the castle on their lives being spared, and they communicated their distress to their secret friends in the royal camp, at whose instigation Baldwin had taken arms against the king. Shortly thereafter, 2 of the principal men in the castle, who were gifted with a prudent and persuasive eloquence, were delegated to treat with the king, but by the advice of his brother, the Bishop of Winchester, he hardened his heart against them, and drove them from his presence with threats, without hearing their message. For the bishop had remarked their emaciated appearance, their parched and gaping lips, and difficulty of breathing, from which he inferred that there was no necessity to treat for a surrender which the garrison must shortly make at discretion. Upon this repulse, Baldwin's wife was in great distress, and went herself to supplicate the king with naked feet, ashes on her head, and shedding a flood of tears. The king received her graciously, both out of pity at seeing one of her sex in such affliction, and out of respect to the kinsmen and friends of that noble woman, who were engaged with him in this siege. But though he listened to what she proposed in much tribulation respecting the surrender of the castle, he continued inexorable, and dismissed her without granting her petition. After these repulses, death began to stare the besieged in the face, and some of the barons of the king's party who were allied to them by blood were deeply concerned for their kindred shut up in the citadel. Others who were of Baldwin's faction complained to their followers that the siege was too harshly pressed, All these came in a body to the king, and by their forcible arguments, mingled with soothing appeals to his humanity, caused him suddenly to change his mind. They represented that he would have obtained a sufficient triumph by forcing his enemies to surrender to him what he justly claimed, but that it was more fitting his dignity and more becoming the royal clemency to grant their lives to the prisoners who supplicated him than by an act of extreme vengeance mercilessly to deprive them of what remained of their lives. They added, too, that their adversaries had never sworn fealty to the king, and had only taken up arms in obedience to the commands of their own liege lord, and that they, the remonstrants, had claims on the king for having enabled him to establish his rights to what he claimed. They considered, therefore, that it would be more wise, and more for the kingdom's good, that an end should be put to this protracted siege, which had occasioned them all so much inconvenience, so that having obtained the glory of recovering his castle, he might be at liberty to prosecute other enterprises. The king was so pressed by the importunities of the barons, who mingled arguments with their intercessions, that he was forced at last to give way, and grant what they required. To do them the greater favour and attach them more closely to his interest, he not only allowed the garrison to evacuate the castle without molestation, but permitted them to retain their arms and property, and to take service with any lord they might choose. As they marched out, emaciated and dying with thirst, they formed a wretched spectacle, and their first object was to rush eagerly wherever they could to procure the means of allaying it. When Baldwin understood that the king had declared all his estates forfeited to himself, as the Lord Paramount, he was by no means humbled, nor did he abandon himself to despair, but repairing his losses, he betook himself to the Isle of Wight, which was part of his territories, and turned his whole attention to the means of renewing his rebellion. The Isle of Wight, which is of considerable length on the seaboard, but very narrow, is greatly frequented by sailors, and has good fisheries, but does not produce much corn. It lies between England and Normandy, but nearest to England, and the whole island was Baldwin's patrimony. He had in it a stately castle built of hewn stone and very strongly fortified, from which it was his design to weaken the king's resources by collecting a piratical fleet and taking advantage of every wind to intercept the merchant ships which plied between England and Normandy, and inflict losses on both countries by every effort in his power. But the king, anticipating this stroke of policy, left Exeter and the neighbouring country to the care of the Bishop of Winchester, and followed up Baldwin with the utmost dispatch. Hastening therefore to the port called Hampton, which is contiguous to the island and easier of access, he commanded ships to be fitted for service. Baldwin, hearing of the king's sudden and unexpected arrival, was so alarmed that, by the urgent advice of his friends, he presented himself before him and pleaded for mercy. For though his castle of Wight was strong and impregnably fortified, and stored with an abundant supply of provisions to stand a siege against the royal forces, the supply of water was not sufficient for the number of the garrison. By the interposition of Providence, the springs had been dried up by a sudden drought, and Baldwin and his adherents, embarking in a fresh struggle with the king, were utterly ruined, for having demanded in vain that his possessions should be restored, he went into exile, and took refuge with the Count of Anjou, intending to recommence hostilities against the king. The Count was delighted to receive him, and entertained him and his followers with distinguished honours, assuring him he was ready to comply with his wishes, whether he was inclined to enter into military service at his court, or to dispute the rights of King Stephen to the crown of England. But Baldwin, spurning for the time the allurements of a court, devoted himself to promote discord in the king's dominions. He made complaints to his friends and kinsmen of the king's persecutions, of his having been driven from his country and disinherited. He was unjustly suffering banishment, and that nothing was left to him but to have recourse to arms, in conjunction with his friends, and using all the means in their power to mend their fortunes. These great barons, deeply compassionating his sufferings, rendered him such zealous aid both by word and deed, that, receiving him into their castle, among their own followers, they even yielded him the honour of placing them entirely at his command. With numbers thus in league with him, he began to organise hostilities throughout the whole of Normandy, and especially against the king's adherents. No acts of violence and rapine were unpractised, fire and sword were not spared. Making sudden eruptions, he mercilessly swept the country of plunder, and became formidable by carrying alarm into every quarter. He was continually stimulated to proceed in these outrages by the entreaties and counsels of the Countess of Anjou, the daughter of King Henry, who applied to her own use her father's treasures, which would have been better bestowed in alms for the good of his soul. She had fortified certain castles of her own, and used her influence not only with Baldwin, but with as many others as she could, to bring them to her own authority, claiming the kingdom of England as her just right, by inheritance from her father. When the king came fully to understand what was going on in Normandy, he sent over the sea envoys of rank, for he was prevented by the importance of the movement against which he had to take measures from going immediately himself. The envoys were commissioned to employ entreaties. Here there is a gap in the text. We know from other histories that Stephen shortly followed in person at the beginning of Lent, in company with Alexander the Bishop of Lincoln and many of his great nobles, and remained in Normandy until the following Christmas. He recovered Normandy, concluded a peace with the King of France, and made a truce with the Count of Anjou. Such were the principal transactions of the year 1137. Our manuscript takes up the narrative with the siege of Bedford, which commenced at Christmas the same year. Created him Earl of Bedford. The king, having held his court during Christmas at Dunstable, with becoming splendour dispatched messengers to Milo de Beauchamp, who by royal licence had the custody of the castle of Bedford, with orders that he should hold the castle of Eu, and do service to him instead of the king. If he readily obeyed this command, he should have honour and reward, but if he withstood it in any manner, he was to be assured that it would be to his ruin. On receipt of the royal message, Milo replied that he was willing to serve the king as his true knight, and to obey his commands, unless he attempted to deprive him of the possessions which belonged to him and his heirs by hereditary right. But if that was the king's intention, and he endeavoured to execute it by force of arms, he must bear the king's displeasure as best he could, and as for the castle, he would never yield it, unless he was driven to the last extremity. Finding how things stood, the king's indignation was roused against Milo, and he raised an army from all parts of England to lay siege to Bedford. Aware of his approach, Milo swept off all the provisions he could lay hands on, making violent seizures both from the townsmen and the inhabitants of the neighbourhood, with whom before he had been on good terms, as belonging to his lordship. These supplies he stored in the castle, and securely closing the gates, he for this time excluded the king's people without any loss on his own side. The king, however, after carefully reconnoitring the fortifications, placed under cover bands of archers at convenient posts, with directions to make such a constant discharge of arrows against those who manned the battlements and towers as should prevent their keeping a good lookout, and hold them always in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, he exerted all his energies to have engines constructed for filling the trenches and battering the walls. All that skill and ingenuity, labour and expense could compass was effected. Night watches were posted at all the castle gates to prevent any communication by the besieged to their friends without, or provisions or necessities being introduced within the fortress. By day, every effort that skill could devise was made to distress and annoy the enemy, but the castle stood on a very high mound and was surrounded by a solid and lofty wall, and it had a strong and impregnable keep, and contained a numerous garrison of stout and resolute men, so that the expectation of soon taking it proved abortive, and the king, having other affairs on his hands which required immediate attention, he withdrew, leaving the greatest part of his army to carry on the siege. His orders were that if the engines could not effect the resolution of the place, a blockade should be maintained until want and hunger compelled its surrender. After the king's departure, the besieged army continued their hostilities until, their provisions being exhausted and their strength failing, the garrison confessed that they could hold the place no longer. They therefore surrendered it to the king, according to the laws of war. But whatever might be their present humiliation, it was not long before they returned with increased pride and animosity, for they not only recovered the castle, but by God's ordinance they reduced Roger himself from being an earl to his simple knighthood, and from being a knight to be a penniless man. But of this more fully in the sequel. Bedford being at length taken, it might have been supposed that order was restored, and that all disturbances and insurrections were quelled and put an end to, but the root of all evil sprung up in that part of England called Northumberland, producing robbery and incendiarism, insurrection and war. So stupendous was this calamity that not only mankind trembled at it, but the heavens betokened it as something awful, for shortly before it commenced, a large quarter of the heavens was seen to emit fiery sparks like a furnace, and balls of fire of wonderful brightness, like the sparks of live coals, shot through the air in more places than one. This visible appearance of a flaming sky portended either the great effusion of blood which speedily followed, or denoted the burning of towns and villages. For the great Creator, himself invisible, graciously condescends to instruct our ignorant minds concerning what is about to happen by visible appearances, and sometimes, in very deed, gives us a sign from heaven to teach us. At others, he certifies and forewarns our undiscerning spirits by the accidents which, by his providence, occur on earth. From heaven, for instance, as we find in the Book of Kings, when one part of the sky appeared unusually red, a sign from the Almighty of impending war, and to explain what was meant, they said, "It is the blood of the sword." Also in the Book of Maccabees, when flaming ranks were seen flitting across the sky, and celestial hosts breathing flames in mutual encounters, it was undoubtingly acknowledged to be a sign of coming evil, and the history itself clearly makes out that such it was. On earth, too, the Almighty shows many things which are evident tokens of events about to happen, such as the rending of Saul's garment, which prefigured the ruin of his kingdom, and the 10 shreds, which the prophet commanded Jeroboam to take, signified that he should have dominion over the 10 tribes. No less all the acts of the prophets and the writing on the wall in the presence of Belphazar and Daniel's dreams, what were they but presages of future events, by which men, being forewarned, might humble themselves before God and be cautious in the midst of evils? Let not therefore the reader taunt me with telling an idle tale when I say that, having myself witnessed the northern hemisphere in a flame, and seen with my own eyes luminous flakes floating densely in the blazing sky, I considered these portents to be the precursors of coming evils, and to portend that dreadful scourge which soon afterwards devastated Northumberland. Let him who will hear and take account of it. The King of Scotland, which country borders on England only a river dividing the two kingdoms, was a prince of great humanity, and was born of religious parents, and had not degenerated from them in goodness and piety. He had, with the other great men, the first indeed of them all, taken the oath of allegiance to King Henry's daughter, in that king's presence, and he was therefore deeply grieved that Stephen had usurped the crown of England. But as that was settled by the barons without his concurrence, he prudently waited the result, watching in silence the course of events. At length he received letters from King Henry's daughter, complaining that she had been excluded from her father's will, robbed of the crown which had been secured to her and her husband by solemn oaths, that the laws were set aside and justice trodden underfoot, and the sworn fealty of the English barons was broken and disregarded. She therefore earnestly and sorrowfully implored him as her kinsman to succour her in her need, as her liege vassal, to aid her in her distress. The king was deeply grieved, and inflamed with zeal for a just cause. The ties of blood and regard for his oath induced him to foment insurrections in England, that by so doing, by God's help, Stephen might be compelled to resign the crown, which it appeared to him had been unjustly acquired, to the rightful owner. The King of Scotland entertained at his court the English exiles, who continually urged him to these measures. Among these were Robert de Baddington's son, and his collateral kinsman, who have been mentioned before as having, on their banishment, taken refuge in Scotland, with the hope of re-establishing themselves in their own country. There were also Eustace Fitz-John, an intimate friend of King Henry, with some others, who in the desire of advancing themselves, or of defending what appeared to them the right cause, sought every opportunity of promoting a rupture. King David, therefore, for that was his name, published an edict throughout Scotland calling his people to arms, and changing his line of conduct, let loose without mercy a most fierce and destructive storm on the English people. Scotland, also called Albany, is a country overspread by extensive moors, but containing flourishing woods and pastures, which feed large herds of cows and oxen. It has safe harbours and is surrounded by fertile islands. The natives are savage and their habits unclean, but they are neither stunted by extremity of cold, nor debilitated by severe want. Swift of foot and lightly armed, they make bold and active soldiers. Among themselves they are so fearless as to think nothing of death. Among strangers their cruelty is brutal, and they sell their lives dearly. A confused multitude of this people being assembled from the lowlands of Scotland, they were formed into an irregular army and marched into England. Crossing the borders, they entered the province of Northumbria, which is very extensive and abounds with all necessary supplies, and there they pitched their camp. Being now mustered in regular companies, incursions were made over the face of the country, which extended round in great fertility. Here again the manuscript of the Acts of King Stephen unfortunately fails. The blank is well supplied by Henry of Huntington's history, which describes at length the Battle of the Standard, to which our author's account of this eruption of the Scots seems to be the prelude. Huntington also mentions the general revolt of the barons at this time, which was concerned with the invasion of the King of the Scots. When the manuscript again serves us, it may be concluded that our author is speaking of some treaty which had taken place between the Earl of Gloucester, who was still in Normandy, and King Stephen, which terminating unfavourably, Robert's envoys had orders to put the Earl's castle of Bristol into a state of defence. The conference between the king and the envoys having thus terminated, they parted, the king direct for London, the envoys for Bristol, the Earl's principal seat. They brought to their friends orders full of trouble for the realm of England. that the castle of Bristol must be provisioned and recruits obtained from all quarters, and that hostilities should immediately commence with all vigour against the king and his adherents as the Earl's enemies. Bristol is the most opulent city of all those parts, as its shipping brings merchandise to it from the neighbouring coasts and from foreign parts. It is situated in the most fertile part of England, and its position is stronger than that of any other English town. Like what we read of Brundisium, it stands where a tongue of land, extending between two rivers, which wash it on both sides, forms a flat at the confluence of the rivers, on which the city is built. The tide flows fresh and strong from the sea every day and night, and drives back the waters of the river on both sides of the city, forming a basin in which 1,000 ships can conveniently and safely ride, and so encompassing the circuit of the town that it may be said to float on the waters, and appear in every quarter to touch the river banks. On one side, where it lies more open to attack, the castle stands on a raised mound, fortified with a wall and outworks and towers, and furnished with engines of various kinds, to defend it against assaults. In this castle was collected so numerous a band of knights and men-at-arms, with their attendants on foot, I ought rather to call them freebooters and robbers, that it not only appeared vast and fearful to the beholders, but actually terrible and incredible. They were drawn together from different counties and districts, perfectly satisfied to serve a wealthy lord in so well fortified a castle, with permission to work their will in the richest part of England. Among others came that Geoffrey Talbot, who, having been banished as already mentioned, spread the venom of a poisoned mind wherever he went, and was ready to undertake any barbarity that his uncontrolled and outrageous temper suggested. But by the providence of God his malice recoiled on himself, for while he was contemplating the slaughter and condemnation of others, he was the first who was taken prisoner and thrown into a dungeon, where he barely escaped the sentence of death. There is a city 6 miles from Bristol, where the hot springs circulating in channels beneath the surface are conducted by channels artificially constructed, and are collected into an arched reservoir to supply the warm baths, which stand in the middle of the place, most delightful to see and beneficial for health. The city is called Batter, the name being derived from a word in the English tongue which signifies bath, because infirm people resort to it from all parts of England for the purpose of washing themselves in these salubrious waters, and persons in health also assemble there to see the curious bubbling up of the warm springs, and to use the baths. This city the Bristol men were anxious to get into their power, the more especially as it could be easily fortified. For that purpose a party of them marching stealthily in the dusk of the morning, carrying with them ladders and other light implements for scaling the wall, and took post under cover of a hollow, while their scouts reconnoitred the place and the most advisable point for making an assault upon which the whole body was to rush to the attack. Geoffrey Talbot and his cousin Gilbert de Lacy, a man of prudence and cautious and indefatigable in military undertakings, were chosen to reconnoitre and make the circuit of the town stealthily, and, as they hoped, unobserved. But lo, the governor's guard espied them, came upon them, and although Gilbert got away from the middle of the band, being more wary and resolute than the other, they surrounded and took Geoffrey, and threw him in fetters into the deepest dungeon of the castle. Gilbert, having thus unhappily lost his cousin, returned to his comrades, and told them sorrowfully the mischance that had befallen him. Still, they did not despair, but determined to persevere, exhorting each other and binding themselves unanimously to liberate Geoffrey. Approaching Bath, they summoned the bishop to treat with them, under a solemn engagement for his safe coming and returning. The bishop, worthy man, who gave credit to every word, and dwelt in his house with simplicity like another Jacob, was triumphantly seized by a stratagem of these impious men. They laid their sacrilegious hands on the preacher of the gospel, the servant of the Lord's altars, and that reverend minister of their common faith, whose office it was to dispense the bread of life. They covered with abuse and threatened to hang unless Geoffrey was released. The bishop therefore was in a great strait, since his adversaries could neither be softened by religion or by natural compassion, and his own party within the city, who as soon as the bishop was captured closed the gates and hastened to defend the walls, could afford him no relief. He was therefore obliged to yield to their violence, and to give orders that the prisoner should be unbound and given up to them, whereas if he had reserved him to be delivered into the king's hands, the prisoner would have been subjected to the punishment of death, and the bishop himself might have been exposed to reproach, or even run the risk of his own life. Nor was it right or becoming of a bishop to return evil for evil, and to be himself an ill-doer in return to injure ill-doers. Neither did reason require that, for the sake of bringing another to disgrace, he should expose himself to insult, since it is plain that no one is dearer to a man than himself, and that no one is required to sacrifice his own life in exchange for that of another. The man then being surrendered, or, to speak more correctly, being by God's providence reserved for the punishment of his soul hereafter, in order that the longer and more freely he persisted in his course of cruelty, the more severe might be his future torments, the bishop, assuming his pastoral authority, began to demand the fulfilment of their pledge, and to inquire what became of their solemn oath, to charge them with the violation of both, and to threaten them with discomfiture in their other enterprises, because, casting aside all reverence and shame, they appeared to have offended God in the present one. In reply to the bishop's allegations, they denied that they were sworn or pledged to him, as all reasonable persons must allow that the oaths of perjured men went for nothing, and that men who had broken faith could give no pledges. They said this jeering at the simplicity of the bishop, who had given credit to men who were steeped in perjury and perfidy. The Bristolians having licence for every sort of villainy, wherever they heard that the king or his adherents had estates or property of any description, they eagerly flocked to them, like hounds snatching rabidly at the carrion thrown into a kennel. Yokes of oxen, flocks of sheep, whatever their hearts coveted, or they cast their eyes upon, was carried off and sold or consumed, and when they had thrown into the lowest pit of destruction all that was immediately within their reach and under their hands, they quickly found their way into every part of England where they heard there were men of wealth and substance, and either violently laid hold of them, or got them into their power by fraud. Then, bandaging their eyes and stopping their mouths, either by cramming something into them or inserting a sharp and toothed bit, they conducted their captives thus blinded into the middle of Bristol, as we read of the robbers of Elijah, and there, by starvation and torture, mulcted them of their property to the last farthing. Others, pursuing a more crafty course, betook themselves to the quieter parts of the country, where peace and plenty prevailed, and the population lived in ease and security. They frequented the beaten and public highways in open day, disguising their names, their persons, and business. They wore no kinds of armour nor any distinguishing dress, nor did they swear or use violent language, as robbers generally do. On the contrary, their appearance was humble, their gait gentle, and they entered into courteous conversation with all persons they met, wearing the mask of this hypocrisy, until they chanced to light upon some wealthy man, or could steal upon him in a lonely place, upon which he was hurried off to Bristol, the dry nurse of all England. This kind of robbery, under colour of false pretences and hypocritical appearances, so prevailed throughout the greatest part of England, that there was scarcely a town or village where these frauds were not practised, where traces of this abominable felony were not left. Thus neither the king's highways were safe as they used to be, nor was there the accustomed confidence between man and man, but as soon as a traveller espied a stranger on the road, he trembled with apprehension, and fleeing from the alarming apparition, took refuge in a wood, or struck into a crossroad, until he recovered courage enough to continue his journey with more resolution, and in greater security. Reports reaching the king's ears that the Bristolians were disturbing the kingdom by their open and secret robberies. Though he had enough to do in other parts of the kingdom, he summoned the militia from all parts of England, and came unexpectedly to Bath, meaning to lay siege to Bristol. On his arrival being announced, the bishop went out of the city to meet him. In the outset of the conference, the king manifested great indignation against the bishop for having set free from his custody the traitor Geoffrey, the enemy of peace and of his country. But the bishop satisfied him by concurrent witnesses that he had been grossly abused and well nigh hanged, and had borne the violence of the marauders with dignity, so that the king was pacified, and restoring the bishop to favour, was conducted by him into Bath. The king, having examined the entire circuit of the city, and surveyed it all around, marked a spot very capable of defence, and which defied assault. He therefore commanded the walls to be raised higher and outworks to be constructed, and entrusted it to the guard of a strong body of soldiers, for the purpose of being a check on the Bristol people, who were ordered to be narrowly watched. From thence he marched to Bristol, the seat of fraud, and halting his army near the city, he called a council of the barons to consult with them how best the siege could be laid, how the place could be most skilfully assaulted, and how soonest reduced. The advice he received was various and uncertain, some giving it in good faith, others treacherously. The one party recommended that the approach to the city should be blocked up in its narrowest part with a pile of huge stones, timber, and earth, to close the entrance of the port, so that succour by sea, on which the citizens principally relied, might be cut off, and that the current of the rivers which, as I said before, surround the city, being dammed up, the waters might stagnate and be collected into a deep pool, as in a sea, and quickly overflow and drown the place. They recommended also that forts should be constructed in both quarters of the city to prevent ingress or egress of the bridges connecting them, while the king himself should sit down before the castle for a time, and distress the garrison by famine and other sufferings. But this wise and prudent counsel was opposed by the other party, consisting principally of those who, though they were in Stephen's camp, were secretly the Earl's adherents. These said that it would be a work of time and indeed a bootless undertaking to attempt to dam up the channel with timbers and stones and any such materials, for it was certain that whatever was thrown in would be swallowed up in the great depth of the bed of the river, or would be swept away and lost in the reflux of the tide. Swayed by these representations, the king abandoned the proposed siege, and having laid waste the country around Bristol and destroyed or carried off the plunder, he set on foot expeditions against two castles, Castle Carey and Harptree, the one belonging to a man named Louvel, the other to William Fitzjohn. Both were in close alliance with the Earl of Gloucester, and so confederated with him by oaths and leagues, and bound by their homage, that no sooner were they informed of his intention to make head against the royal power, than they flew to arms to second his cause. Receiving also the information that the king promised to sit down before Bristol, and being of opinion that the siege would be long protracted, they agreed together faithfully to aid the earl by making hostile inroads, and harassing the inhabitants of all the neighbouring districts. But the king lost no time in investing Castle Carry, and pressing the siege with vigour, throwing by his machines showers of missiles and fire without intermission among the garrison, and reducing them to starvation, so that at last he forced them to surrender on terms of submission and alliance. They could not hold out any longer, as they were weakened by want of food. Neither had the Earl, their hope and refuge, arrived in England, nor could the Bristol men march to their relief in consequence of the superiority of the royal force. The terms of the treaty being ratified, the king marched to Harptree, where he proposed to erect a fort and place in it a proper garrison, but it was suggested to him that the garrison of this castle could also be conveniently held in check by the troops he had stationed at Bath, as the distance was short, and the communication between the two easy, whereas it would be a costly and troublesome undertaking to establish the warlike engines required for a siege in several places at once. At a subsequent period, however, when the king was passing this castle in his advance with a large force to lay siege to Bristol, the garrison sallied forth and hung on his rear, whereupon he instantly countermarched his troops, and, spurring their horses, they made a detour, and reached the castle in time to find it almost deserted. Without a moment's delay, some set fire to the castle gates, others raised scaling ladders against the walls, and all being encouraged by the king to the utmost exertions, the castle, having few defenders, was stormed and left under a guard of his own troops, and the protection of Providence. After his success at Castle Carry, the king's attention was called without intermission to the state of affairs in some part or other of England, and he was constantly in arms, leading his troops from one quarter to another's. As it is fabled of the Hydra of Hercules, that as fast as one of its heads was lopped off, more sprung forth, so it was, in a special manner, with the labours of King Stephen. One ended, others still more difficult succeeded, and like another Hercules, he applied himself to the task with invincible energy. We read of the endless wars and difficulties and toils of Saul and many other kings, but they are not to be compared to the pressure of those in which Stephen was involved by his attacks on others, by the loss of his adherents, and by the accidents of fortune. Such and so vast were his labours, that they must appear fearful and almost incredible to the reader. We also read of the great struggles of the Maccabean kings for restoring their country to tranquillity. We have heard of the wonderful wars of Alexander against foreign nations, and of the various conflicts of other kings in defence of their own subjects. But the struggles and contests of King Stephen will be found to have been still more severe and harassing, and the more vexatious because they were with his own countrymen, and with his subjects conspiring against him. The word of God beareth witness that the persecutions of familiar friends are the most painful and bitter, where it complains most of one who did eat of the friend's bread, and yet lifted up his heel against him. And in another place it saith, a man's enemies are those of his own household. One of the philosophers also remarks, there is no more grievous plague than a faithless friend. Let those, then, who wish to read and understand the marvels of history carefully consider what it teaches. Meanwhile, The troops left at Bath by King Stephen, to make it good against the men of Bristol, maintained themselves vigorously, using every means their art could devise to render the walls and ramparts impregnable, manning them by night with armed warders, who changed the watch by turns, and sometimes issuing forth in the dead of the night, and placing parties in ambush at posts suitable for concealment. By day also large bodies of country folk and men-at-arms marched out, and overrun the lands of the Bristolians, now in one quarter, then in another, and sometimes they made their appearance on a sudden with their whole force at the very city gate, as if they were going to give an assault, setting fire to churches and houses, and whatever it was possible to reduce to ashes. Our manuscript having supplied us with very circumstantial details of transactions in the west of England, on which both Malmesbury and Huntingdon are silent, here fails. When we find it again perfect, the author is evidently speaking, though the name is not mentioned, of the astute and powerful Bishop of Salisbury, so often mentioned in the later portions of the present volume. Supported by his numerous friends and the vast power of his lordly dominion, was considered second only to the king in the government of the kingdom, though he stood high in the royal favour, being the king's judiciary, and was consulted by him on all special affairs. He was more attached to the children of the late King Henry, and disposed to serve them faithfully and assist them effectually, for he promised them but secretly, that he might not offend the king, to place at their disposal the castles which he had elaborately ornamented and fortified, and profusely stored with arms and provisions, watching the opportunity, while in the interval he prudently submitted to the king, of rendering them prompt and vigorous aid on their landing in England, expecting their speedy arrival, for they often apprised him of their intention from Normandy. He strengthened himself by enlisting large bodies of troops to be turned over to their service, and wherever he journeyed, and especially when he went to court, he was attended by a vast body of friends and retainers, and while in the meantime he satisfied the king on this head and others to whom he made himself agreeable and welcome, he was prepared forthwith to take the side of those whose arrival was expected. On the same faction were his nephews, the Bishop of Lincoln and Ely, lordly men of daring pretensions, who, neglecting the duties befitting the purity and simplicity of their Christian profession, surrounded themselves with military and secular pomp, so that, when they went to court, the number of their escort became the wonder of all beholders. The Earl of Mellant and others of the king's private and most intimate friends were offended at the magnificence thus displayed by the bishops, and setting no bounds to their jealousy and hatred, they instilled into the king's mind many weighty charges against them. They alleged that these bishops used their preeminence in the kingdom, the influence of their wealth, and the power of their retainers, not to maintain the king's dignity, but to forward their own pride and profit, and that they had erected stately and strongly fortified castles, not to secure the king's throne, but to enable them to strip him of his dignity and to plot against the honour of the crown. Wherefore, they said, it would be advisable, and the peace of the kingdom required, that they should be laid hold of and kept in custody until they surrendered into the king's hands, as pertaining to the royal honours, their castles, and whatever other means they had of creating war and disturbances, but whatever rights belonged to them as ecclesiastics to religion and their episcopal functions should be left to their own disposal, as due reverence and Catholic usage required. If therefore the king, relying on his own courage and prudence, should be disposed to acquiesce in their suggestions, he should privately arrest these persons, not as bishops, but as transgressors of the episcopal rule, and as under suspicion of practising against the peace of the king and the realm. And they should be detained in custody until they gave up their strongholds, rendering unto Caesar the things which were Caesar's, The king would thus be rendered secure, and the country tranquil, when relieved from the suspicion of creating disturbances imputed to the bishops. On receiving this advice, continually instilled more from envy and suspicion than the love of holiness and justice, the king was in great distress of mind, both because it was a grave affair and illegal to lay violent hands upon men of the sacred order, and because it was unjust and wrong not to give a fair hearing to men who were his privy councillors, and fitted the highest offices in his court. At last, however, overcome by the importunities of those who so continually and boldly urged him, he consented to take the measures against the bishops which they represented to be for his own honour and the peace of the realm. He was led to this by foolish, not to say mad, counsels. For if it is wrong and forbidden to injure any man, according to what is written, do not to others what you would not have done to yourself, much more is it disgraceful and unallowable to exhibit violence of any sort against the highest ministers of the holy altars. In men's eyes it appears a gross transgression, but in the sight of God the greatest sin. For the Lord said by the prophet, Whoso toucheth you toucheth the pupil of mine eye, and in the gospel, He who despiseth you despiseth me. And no such presumptuous dishonour or dishonourable violence be done to the servants of his holy altar. He admonished by the prophet, saying, Touch not my anointed. For my part, I boldly and assuredly declare that no offence draws down more sharply and suddenly the Almighty's vengeance than insult by word or deed against those who officiate at his holy altars. Thus the sons of Korah, because they set themselves up with pride and arrogance against their priests, were not only reprobate before God, but were swallowed up alive, and perished. Saul also, who impiously persecuted the Lord's priests, was not only in the eyes of the Lord rejected from his kingdom, but was slain in a bloody battle. With these few words, employed for the correction of those who show contempt for God's ministers, I return to my subject. The bishops having come to court, as before observed, with great pomp, a sudden quarrel was raised between their followers and the king's soldiers, upon which the Earl of Mellant, the crafty conspirator, with some others who belonged to the royal party, particularly those who were privy to the scheme before mentioned, seized their arms, and collecting their partisans, threw themselves on the bishop's followers, slaying some, taking others prisoners, and shamefully putting the rest to flight, leaving all they possessed in their adversaries' hands. Returning to the king as if they had triumphed over an enemy, the malcontents, having held council together, hastened in a body to arrest the bishops as traitors. Report says that the bishops, having heard of the shameful treatment of their people, they were preparing for flight, when the king's guards forcibly entered therein, and finding the bishops of Salisbury and Lincoln, while all present were in amazement at the violence, they hastily brought them into the king's presence. Meanwhile, the Bishop of Ely, hearing what was going on and being more wary and active, made his escape after a long and hasty journey to his uncle's castle at Devizes, where he prepared to offer up a stout resistance to the king. Upon hearing that the Bishop of Ely had taken arms, the king was persuaded that what had been represented to him falsely and maliciously was true, and became inflamed with so much greater resentment against the bishops that he determined to dispossess them entirely of their fortresses. He went therefore to Devizes, the Bishop of Salisbury's castle, of admirable architecture and impregnably fortified, bringing with him the two bishops strictly guarded, and commanding them to be separately confined in two foul places, and to be subject to severe fastings. Roger, the king's chancellor, and son of the Bishop of Salisbury, being arrested and thrown into chains, would have been hung on a lofty gallows before the castle gate, if the Bishop of Ely had not in the end yielded up the castle and admitted the royal troops. The bishops were tortured with extreme anguish of mind, while it was evident to all that they would be the general laughing-stock, and that even their lives were in danger if they did not yield the castles, which they had taken great pains in erecting, and which they highly valued, to the king's disposal. By the advice of their friends, of whom there were but few about the royal person, they were recommended and strongly enjoined that, to obtain their release from the unseemly confinement which they were detained in, they should submit themselves entirely to the king's will, more especially since the things of Caesar were to be given to Caesar, and that life must be purchased at any cost. This castle, therefore, and the others they possessed, being surrendered to the king's hands, the bishops, humbled and mortified, and stripped of all pomp and vain glory, were reduced to a simple ecclesiastical life, and to the possessions belonging to them as churchmen, being compelled also to give up, though with an ill grace, the arms and money which were stored in their castles. Matters being so settled, we cannot but admire the king's unexpected turn of fortune, for when he had nearly exhausted his treasury in the defence of his crown, he suddenly entered into the labours of others, and what report said was stored in the castles for his injury and detriment fell into his hands, to his honour and profit, without any care of his own. After this, a synod was held in England, in which it was decreed that all munitions of war and asylums of disaffection belonging to the bishops should pass to the king as his own property. At this synod the king, having been publicly accused of the violence offered to the bishops, defended himself and his officers by what he considered valid and sufficient reasons, but whereas it was justly declared and clearly adjudged by the whole clergy that it was unlawful under any pretence to lay hands on the Lord's servants, the king abated the rigour of ecclesiastical discipline by making humble submission, and laying aside his royal robes with a sorrowful mind and contrite spirit, he humbly acknowledged the guilt of his offence. At that time, William de Mohun, a man not only of the highest rank but of illustrious descent, raised a formidable insurrection against the king, for getting together some bands of foot soldiers in his stronghold, which was pleasantly situated on the sea-shore and strongly fortified. He made fierce inroads and swept, as with a storm, all that part of England. At all times and in all places, humanity was forgotten, and cruelty had full scope. He reduced to subjugation by violence not only his neighbours, but the inhabitants of remote districts. Whoever resisted was relentlessly pursued with rapine and plunder, and fire and sword. When men of substance fell into his hands, they were put in chains and miserably tortured, and by such acts he changed the face of the country from peace and quiet and joy and merriment into a scene of grief and lamentation. When, after a time, these proceedings were reported to the king, he collected his followers in great force and proceeded by forced marches to check the barbarities of William de Mohun. But when he halted before the entrance of the castle and saw the immense strength of its position, inaccessible on one side where it was washed by the sea, and fortified on the other by towers and walls with a ditch and outworks, he totally despaired of carrying it by storm, and a wiser counsel prevailing, he established a fortified post within sight of the enemy, by means of which he proposed to restrain their incursions and give security to the neighbouring country. The king therefore gave orders to Henry de Tracy, a good knight of much experience in war, that acting on his behalf, as he himself was wanted in other quarters, He with all speed and vigour was to make head against the enemy. Henry therefore, in the king's absence and furnished with the royal licence, drew out from Barnstaple, his own town, and made such resolute attacks on William de Moon's retainers that he not only checked their usual expeditions through the country, and restrained their plundering inroads, but he took 104 horse soldiers in a single encounter. At length he so reduced and humbled William that he desisted from attacking him any more, and left the country in tranquillity and entirely free from his disturbances. Henry de Tracy by his valour not only reduced William de Moon, but other obstinate perverters of the country and disturbers of the king's peace. Among these especially was William Fitzodo, a man of vast possessions and great wealth, who frugally managed his estates as long as there was peace, taking not even a twig from his neighbours, nor even the smallest customary gift from any man whatever, but when the troubles broke out, he also took arms against the king, along with the rest, but Henry, acting with vigour on the king's behalf, enfeebled him by frequent encounters, and after a time it was reported to him by his scouts that William's castle was left empty by his soldiers, who had gone out to plunder. Approaching it, therefore, with a party of his followers in the silence of the night, and evading the watch, he stealthily crept close to the castle, and throwing lighted brands through the apertures of the towers, set fire to the chambers within. The lord of the castle was taken half burnt, and all his possessions, with immense hoards of money, by the king's permission, fell to the lot of Henry. On many other occasions he encountered the king's adversaries with courage and fidelity, as I shall relate in this history in the proper place. While these disturbances of different kinds were taking place throughout England, Baldwin de Rivers, a man it is said of gentle birth, and an Englishman, who had been driven into banishment by the king, landed at Warham with a bold and spirited band of soldiers, and being led into Corfe Castle, one of the strongest places in all of England, he and his followers prepared themselves to hold it strongly against the king, who, report said, was at hand. No sooner indeed was the king informed by his adherents of Baldwin's arrival than he put himself without a moment's delay at the head of such of his people as could be soonest mustered, and appeared suddenly before the castle for the purpose of besieging Baldwin. He spent much time there in the attempt to distress the enemy with his engines of war, or to reduce them by famine. But at last, on good counsel, he raised the siege and permitted Baldwin to go unmolested, the more so as he received intelligence that Robert, Earl of Gloucester, and his sister, the determined pretenders of his kingdom, had combined their forces, and were on the point of invading England. Being anxious that they should not effect a landing unawares, he gave orders that all of the ports should be watched day and night, thinking it of more importance to oppose with his utmost efforts the chiefs of the enemy's party, than that, while devoting his whole attention to Baldwin, he should suffer them to obtain a footing against him. But it is written, learning and wisdom and prudence and counsel are nothing against the Lord, and human cunning cannot escape what has been ordained by Providence. We know that subjects are scourged sometimes for their own good, sometimes for their rulers' transgressions, as it is recorded that the people of Israel, who had often offended God, were frequently punished by wars and pestilence, and that for the adulteries of Solomon and David, the people were in one case plagued by the hand of an angel, in the other grievously vexed by their enemies. The English nation, lost in luxury and idleness, enervated by excess and drunkenness, and puffed up with pride and arrogance, had often provoked God's anger, and their great men, pursuing this scandalous course of life, abandoned themselves still more grossly to every sort of illicit connection, to all superfluity of eating and drinking, to everything, in short, which is most vicious and most destructive to the soul, without restraint and without penitence. Thus the Almighty was greatly displeased with them, and his wrath was stirred up against them, and it was no wonder that England was torn by so many dissensions, wasted by internal wars, and stained everywhere by crimes. For it is an admitted truth that grievous sins can only be expiated by severe punishments, and that the more a man is abandoned to wickedness, the more he is fitted for suffering its consequences. Thus it was said to Babylon, "For so much as she was highly exalted and in great prosperity, so shall be her torments and her lamentations." Hence it arose that although Stephen had devoted all his military skill to the restoration of peace in his realm, although he had been indefatigable in leading the troops against the enemy, all his unceasing efforts were of no avail, because, to use the words of the prophet, in all that had happened, the anger of the Lord was not turned away, and his hand was stretched out still, and his grievous indignation vexed them more and more, until Gomorrah should fill her cup of offences, and the Ethiopian change his skin. So he hardened himself without mercy against all the inhabitants of England. While the king's attention was directed to other quarters, though he had given orders that the harbours on the coast should be strictly guarded, Robert the Earl of Gloucester and his sister the Countess of Anjou, landing at Arundel with a strong body of soldiers, were received into the castle and hospitably entertained. All of England was struck with alarm, and men's minds were agitated in various ways. Those who either secretly or openly favoured the invaders were roused to more than usual activity against the king, while his own partisans were terrified as if a thunderbolt had fallen. But the king, who had never despaired in all the mischances of the wars and insurrections, now with unshaken firmness, and without a moment's delay, put himself at the head of a light-armed and disciplined body of troops, and by forced marches appeared boldly before the castle of Arundel. There, learning from his trusty scouts that the Earl had got away by night and was on the road to Bristol, but that his sister with her followers from Anjou still remained in the castle where she had disembarked, he left part of his troops to prevent her escape during his absence, and pursued the Earl with the rest, intent on making him prisoner, finding, however, that he could not accomplish his purpose, for the Earl had not gone by the high road, but had betaken himself to the byways. He quickly retraced his steps for the purpose of continuing the siege of those who were blockaded in the castle. Meanwhile, the Bishop of Winchester, hearing of their arrival, caused all the crossroad to be beset by troops, and at last, as report was, encountering the Earl, entered into amicable relations with him, and allowed him to proceed without opposition. This report, however, contradicts all sound conclusions, and it is utterly incredible that the king's brother should receive with a friendly embrace the invader of his brother's kingdom, and should permit him to pass unmolested while he was bent on urging the most serious pretensions to the crown. The bishop, however, joined the king with a numerous retinue of knights and men-at-arms, as if he had not fallen in with the earl, and finding that the king was determined on pressing the siege, he represented that his policy was as unacceptable to him as it would be to the kingdom, for while the king sat down to blockade the Countess of Anjou in one corner of the kingdom, her brother would speedily raise an insurrection and disturb the country in another quarter, so that it would be more advisable for himself, and tend more to the public advantage, to allow her to join her brother without hindrance, that both, with their respective forces being thus united at one point, he might attempt to crush them with greater facility, and might combine all his troops in an immediate and sharp attack of their position. A safe conduct was therefore given, ratified by oaths, for the Countess to have free passage to her brother, the king trusting that he could defeat them with greater ease when both were confined to one part of the country. On their arrival at Bristol, they announced their arrival to all the barons of the realm, entreating them devoutly and sorrowfully to come to their aid, and promising honourable rewards to some, to others an augmentation of their domains, while they requested all to accomplish their object by every means in their power. Accordingly, all their adherents who had hitherto paid a faithless and hollow submission to the king, breaking their oaths and the fealty that they had pledged him, came over to the Earl and Countess, and with one mind, entering into a league against the king, rose against him in all quarters with great vehemence. There was at that time one Brian Fitz-Count, a man of illustrious descent and high dignity, who, being greatly elated at the late arrival, strengthened his castle at Wallingford with a numerous body of troops, and broke into active and determined rebellion against the king. Milo also, the Lord of Gloucester, of whom I have already given a short notice, falsifying the fealty which he had sworn to the king, set himself against him with great resolution, and taking into his service all the king's enemies who flocked to him, desolated the whole of the districts adjoining the county of Gloucester, and now as far as the remotest borders of England, vast herds of cattle were driven off, and all those who were known to be faithful and loyal to the king were harassed with fire and sword. In one place the king and his adherents were continually betrayed by treachery, in another the lands of his supporters with their subsistence were cruelly denuded and made a desert. Not only the persons I have named, but some others also, who were before sworn confederates of the king, now bursting the ties of amity and concord, set no bounds to their aggressions, but rising with fury in all parts of England, perpetrated everywhere without remorse whatever their savage humour suggested. Meanwhile, King Stephen, unappalled at the tide of evils with which he was surrounded, with indomitable courage, collected his forces into one powerful army, and was bent on crushing each of his enemies in turn. First, therefore, marching to Wallingford with a great force, he proposed to reduce it by a close blockade, but listening to the better counsel of his barons, he postponed that design for the present. They asserted, as the fact was, that the castle was so strongly fortified as to defy an assault from any quarter, that it was stored with provisions for the supply of many years, and it was garrisoned by troops in the flower of youth, and confident in their strength, and that he could not maintain his present position without the greatest peril, as his army was both liable to daily assaults by the garrison of the castle, and it was also exposed to open or secret attacks from the enemy, who were in arms against him on all sides. They therefore said that it would be the wisest counsel that, having erected 2 forts and placed in them a sufficient number of men to maintain a blockade, he should divert his attention to other quarters, by which means he might at the same time coerce the besieged troops, and make an immediate and unexpected attack on some other body of the insurgents. Having therefore in all haste run up 2 forts over against the castle, the king marched with the utmost expedition towards the town of Trowbridge, which Humphrey de Moon, by the advice and at the instigation of Milo, had fortified with impregnable works against the king. In the course of his march, he had, with great good fortune, taken by assault the castle of Cerne, which Milo had built to encourage the insurrection, and also to receive the surrender of the strongly fortified town of Malmesbury, in which he took prisoner Robert Fitzhumbert with his followers, a man of great cruelty, unequalled in villainy and crime. But the fate of war is uncertain, and the changing fortune of our age now raises a man high and presently casts him down to the lowest depth. Thus, after these successful events, the king met with a sudden and unexpected mischance, for while he was on his march to Trowbridge, Milo, a man of a most active mind, and always ready for bold deeds, rode to Wallingford by night with a chosen body of soldiers, and fell with so much impetuosity on the troops left there by the king, that they were forced to yield, so that some being wounded and others slain, and all the rest made prisoners, and bound with fetters, he returned to his own castle with the glory of a brilliant victory. This severe reverse to the king's troops at that spot may clearly be attributed to his having converted the church from a seat of religion and house of prayers into a fortified post, and allowed it to be made a place of war and slaughter. For a church is built to be the house of God and the house of prayer, and to make it the habitation of men of war must certainly be offensive to him. Wherefore, since it is written that no sin shall go unpunished, and that with the measure with which we measure it shall be measured unto us again, we do not speak foolishly when we assert that this befell the king, because he converted the house of peace and mercy into an asylum for war and discord. After this successful enterprise, Milo turned his whole attention to the means of annoying the king and his adherents. He therefore assembled at Gloucester all those whose possessions the king had wasted, or who were for any reason hostile to him, both because the place was strong and well stored with all necessities, and numbers thus embodied from different quarters could make bold and secure attacks. And thus he engaged in many enterprises with glory and success. I will not recount the immense booty which he collected from every quarter, the villages in flames and towns deserted, the population of all degrees butchered or bound with thongs until they were ransomed. It is better to mourn over these calamities than to relate them, but it is worthy of notice respecting the royal castles in the counties of Gloucester and Hereford, the garrisons of which crushed the people with fearful tyranny, that some he took by assault and razed to the ground, while he gave others into the possession of his adherents, in one instance making prisoners of part of the garrison and driving out the rest, as at Winchcombe, in others by surrender after a vigorous assault, as at Cerne and the city of Hereford. Nor must it be omitted that he was so faithful and constant to the family of King Henry, that he was not only their abettor, but he entertained the Countess of Anjou and her retinue, filling the place of a father to her both in counsel and action, until the king, being in the end a captive and a prisoner, as I shall show in the sequel, he established her as queen throughout all of England. Meanwhile, the king arriving at Trowbridge and finding the place carefully fortified, and the garrison prepared for all externalities, not likely to surrender without a desperate struggle, he set to work to construct engines with great toil, that he might press the siege with vigour, but his efforts were fruitless, for the besieged were neither injured by his machines, nor at all daunted by his blockade, though it was long and strict. The barons, therefore, who were present at the siege, some wearied out by its being long protracted, and others who were their false and treacherous comrades, united in apprehensions that the Earl of Gloucester would collect all his forces and suddenly attack them. The king, therefore, consulting his friends, returned to London to rally his strength, and then advance when fortune summoned him to some safer enterprise. He left, however, in the castle at Devizes for the annoyance of Trowbridge, to which it was near, a chosen and disciplined body of soldiers, and the two parties alternately, by their hostile incursions, reduced all the neighbouring country to a desolate solitude. In these days died Roger, the Bishop of Salisbury, who, while he excelled all the great nobles of the kingdom in wealth and magnificence, as well as in his great abilities, yet he was broken down and completely enervated by luxury, and a single vice, impurity, tainted whatever virtues he possessed. He left in the church at Salisbury immense sums of money and a vast quantity of plate, both of gold and silver, exquisitely and splendidly wrought, all which, the canons approving, nay, even making the offer, fell into the king's hands, with many other articles which the bishops had collected in his treasury, not knowing, as the psalmist observes, for whom he heaped them up, and like the rich man in the gospel, to whom it was said, "This night thy soul shall be required of thee." Whose then shall those things be which thou hast gotten? The king applied part of the money to roofing the churches, part he bestowed for relieving the wants of the canons, and the churches, lands, and possessions which the bishops had appropriated, turning the nuns, deprived of their pastors, into handmaids. All these he freely restored to the churches and to ecclesiastical uses, and reinstating the two churches of Malmesbury and Amesbury to their ancient splendour, caused the abbots of those monasteries to be canonically enthroned. When the Bishop of Ely was informed of his uncle's death, he determined to put in execution what he had long plotted against the king, both that he might, as far as was in his power, have satisfaction for the injuries his uncle had suffered at the hands of the king, as I have before related, and also aid the children of King Henry in recovering the crown, to the utmost of his power, laying aside therefore his spiritual weapons and the warfare of ecclesiastical discipline, he became a man of blood, and taking into his pay at Ely bands of soldiers willing to engage in any services however villainous, he molested all his neighbours, those especially who were the king's partisans. Ely is a pleasant island, extensive and well populated, with a fertile soil and rich pasturage. It is surrounded on all sides by marshes and fens, and can be approached on one side only, where a straight and narrow road leads to the island and the castle, which from ancient times has stood above the waters at the very entrance in a singular manner, so that the whole island is one impregnable fortress. Thither the king, when he heard that the bishop had actually revolted, hastened with a large body of troops, and having surveyed the extraordinary and impregnable strength of the place, he anxiously consulted many persons how he could best invest it with his troops. It was advised, and he approved the counsel, that a number of boats should be collected where the current of the water around the island appeared to be slackest, and that a bridge should be constructed across them, formed of bundles of wattled rods laid lengthwise to the banks of the island. The king, being highly delighted, ordered the work to be immediately executed, so that shortly he and his followers easily passed over to the island on the bridge thus ingeniously constructed with boats. After crossing the water by these means, some slimy marshes were still to be passed, but the king received private information of a ford which was sound at the bottom and offered a safe passage. It is said that a clever monk of Ely suggested the mode of crossing the water, and was the guide who pointed out the way to cross the marsh, and we saw him afterwards for this service, thanks not to St. Peter's Quay but to Simon's, allowed into the church and made abbot of Ramsey, and we know that afterwards he was subjected to much trouble and affliction, the Almighty justly punishing secret offences on account of his unlawful intrusion into the church, but of this hereafter. Meanwhile, the royal troops penetrating into the interior of the island were permitted to overrun every part of it, and having taken prisoners some of the bishop's soldiers, with a great booty and large sums of money, they got possession also of the small castle which stood at the entrance to the island in which the bishop and his soldiers had taken refuge. This great success very much dampened the courage of the enemy throughout England. The bishop, who had some difficulty in making his escape from the royal troops, fled in poverty and distress to Gloucester, which all who were harassed by the king made their common receptacle. There, in his indigence, he discovered what he had not learned in the days of his wealth and pride, that the Lord bringeth down the mighty from their seat, and humbleth to the lowest pitch those who exalt themselves. While this was doing in Ely, William Fitz-Richard, a man of noble descent, and who held the county of Cornwall in full lordship under the king, traitorously broke his oath of fealty, and admitting Reginald, son of King Henry, into a castle which had always belonged to the royal jurisdiction, gave him his daughter, with the whole county of Cornwall. In possession of this principality, Reginald conducted himself with more courage than prudence, compelling the inhabitants to submit to him by force of arms, garrisoning all the castles with his own partisans, and grievously oppressing the king's adherents in the neighbourhood. And so far did he carry his insane audacity, that he did not even spare ecclesiastical property, nor restrain his freebooters from robbing the churches. For this cause it was not long before we saw him suffering under the infliction of the wrath of God, having been excommunicated by the bishop, for the wife of his bosom was driven to madness and became subject to demoniacal influences, and he lost the greater part of the land the traitor his father-in-law had given him, which was recovered by the king, so that he was reduced to the castle in which he lived, his enemies becoming so powerful that even there he was in great straits. For the king, having intelligence of this rebellion in Cornwall, hastened thither before he was expected, and retaking the castles which Reginald had seized, he entrusted the county to Earl Allen, a cruel and crafty man, with whom he left an active body of soldiers, commanding him to allow Reginald no repose until he had driven him out of the county. Meanwhile, Robert, who was Earl of Gloucester, but in arms against the natives of that county, who were enrolled in great strength for the king's service, was greatly delighted when he learned that the king had entered Cornwall, insomuch as he exposed himself to a successful attack while cooped up in a corner of England at a distance from his main force, where he trusted, by God's help, to be able to crush him. Having therefore assembled a large body of troops, with stores of all kinds, he was proceeding to Cornwall by hasty marches, when he heard rumours that the king was on his return, having successfully accomplished all his purposes, and would shortly make his appearance at the head of a powerful force. This was no false or unfounded report, for the king, receiving secret intelligence of the Earl's advance, had summoned all the barons of Devonshire to his aid, and was prepared to engage the Earl that very day. The two parties were already so near each other that they might have fulfilled their wishes, had not the Earl, listening to the prudent advice of his friends, been persuaded to draw off his troops and commence a retreat towards Bristol with all expedition. The king, continuing his march without molestation, reduced several traitorous castles, some of which were evacuated at the mere tidings of his approach, and others were assaulted and stormed, clearing and tranquillising all the surrounding districts over which the lords of the castles and their followers tyrannised. About this period, Robert Fitzhubert, a man of Flemish extraction, both bold and wily, who, as it is said of the judge in the Gospel, feared neither God nor man, with a detachment of Robert the Earl's soldiers, for he was in his pay, carried by a stealthy night attack the royal castle of Devizes, a stately and strongly fortified place, by means of scaling ladders strongly and cleverly formed of throngs, which he threw over the battlements, and which reached to the foot of the wall. Having thus effected an entrance, escaping the vigilance of the guard, he secured in their sleep the royal garrison, except a few which, roused by the noise in the dead of the night, hastily betook themselves to the keep of the castle. But as they had not carried provisions with them, and no succour arrived from the king's party, after a few days they surrendered the keep. The report of this bold achievement getting abroad, the Earl of Gloucester sent his son with a strong band of soldiers to share with Robert the custody of the castle, but he was driven from the gate with foul and menacing words, and returned to his father with a message from Robert, that he had taken the castle for his own benefit, and not for the purpose of giving it up to a stronger party. Things turned out as this wily plotter had calculated, for neither adhering to the side of the Earl nor submitting to the king, he drew about him a strong band of his own people, and by force or fraud got possession of all the country around. But Providence converted his enterprise to his own ruin, according to the divine sentence, by the sins that a man committeth, he shall be punished. For as he had circumvented others by his cunning, he also fell victim to a fraud, and being taken and thrown into chains, died in tortures. There was in the neighbourhood a man named John Fitzgilbert, equally crafty and ready for any enterprise, to be accomplished by stratagems, who forcibly held the royal castle of Marlborough. This castle Robert marked for his own, insomuch as it was contiguous and a convenient appendage to his own, and if he could reduce it, he should be better able to promote discord throughout England. He therefore sent a message to John that he wished to come to terms of peace and alliance with him, and sought admittance to his castle for the sake of giving and receiving mutual advice, and would maintain their league unbroken and their amity entire. John, however, detected in these proposals a stratagem for surprising the castle, and affecting to receive his orders with joy and to grant all that was desired. He admitted Robert into the castle, but immediately closing the gate, he threw him into the dungeon to die of hunger and suffering. He then sallied forth on Robert's comrades, who were waiting without to second his attempt, and capturing some of them, imprisoned them with their leader, while the rest were forced to flee to Devizes in disgrace. When the Earl of Gloucester heard that the miscreant had fallen into the hands of John, who was at this time his faithful partisan, he rejoiced much, and attended by a brilliant retinue went to Marlborough, and taking Robert, brought him to Devizes, where he had him hanged in the sight of his own people, a just and divine retribution, by which one who had brought to death so many thousands by cruel inflictions, perished himself by a disgraceful punishment. After his execution, his kinsmen and comrades in Devizes, whom he had solemnly adjured not to surrender the castle though he should himself be hanged, gave it up for a large sum of money paid by the king to his son-in-law Harvey of Brittany, a man of rank and a brave soldier. For some time he maintained an incessant and vigorous conflict with the king's enemies, but in the end he was hemmed in by the country folk, and the castle was blockaded by the whole population of the neighbourhood, so that he had no option but to quit it, and he became an exile, but of this in the sequel. After these occurrences, Geoffrey Talbot, who has been already noticed in fitting places, made an attempt to reduce the garrison which the king left in the fortified city of Hereford, to defend the country and protect his rights. Taking possession, therefore, of the Cathedral Church of Mary, Mother of God, he irreverently expelled the servants of the altar, and rudely filled it with armed men, converting the house of prayer and ghostly propitiation into an abode of confusion, warfare, and blood. It was a scene of insufferable horror to all pious minds when the habitation of life and holiness was made to harbour robbers and cutthroats. The citizens ran about wailing when they saw the churchyard dug up to make a rampart for the fortified post, and the mouldering or newly interred corpses of their parents and relations rudely thrown up from their graves, a horrid spectacle. They mourned also at seeing the tower from whence they had been accustomed to hear the peaceful and harmonious sounds of the church bells, now converted into a station for engines of war, from which missiles were hurled to crush the king's troops. While Geoffrey was making desperate attacks on the royal garrison from the church, Milo of Gloucester, having laid siege to the castle from another quarter, was also occasioning them great annoyance by his siege artillery. The manuscript again failing throws no further light on the transactions of this year. Malmesbury relates that, soon after Whitsuntide, a conference took place near Bath between the Earl of Gloucester and the legate and others on the part of the king, in which terms of peace were discussed, which, he says, Stephen rejected, as he did another proposal in the month of September following. When the manuscript serves us again, the author is speaking of Ranulph, the Earl of Chester, who bore a distinguished part in subsequent events. The time is the latter end of the year 1140, or the beginning of 1141. Malmesbury says that King Stephen had peaceably departed from the country of Lincoln before Christmas, having augmented the honours of the Earl of Chester, that he would make amends for all in which he had offended. Wherefore the king resolved that, renewing his agreement and re-establishing peace with this man, he would silently observe whether his actions fulfilled his promises, and so he turned his attention to other matters. After considerable time, when there was no appearance of the Earl being more devoted to the king than before, and living in the castle of Lincoln with his wife and children, he oppressed the townsfolk and people of the neighbourhood. They privately sent messengers to the king, repeatedly imploring him to take the earliest opportunity of besieging the Earl and his people in the castle. The king, arriving unexpectedly, was received by the citizens, but he found the castle almost deserted, except that it was tenanted by the wife and brother of the Earl with a few of their attendants. He himself, on the king's approach, having made his escape almost alone. The king therefore laid siege to the castle with determined vigour, grievously annoying those who remained in it by engines for throwing missiles and other warlike machines. Meanwhile, the Earl of Chester summoning to his aid Robert the Earl of Gloucester, with Milo and all the rest who were in arms against the king, with whom came a formidable but ill-conditioned body of Welshmen, they unanimously agreed to make a united attack on the king's army. It was the feast of the Purification, and while Mass was being celebrated at dawn of day, and the king, according to the order and office of the festival, was holding a candle of wax in his hand, it was suddenly extinguished, the candle, as it is said, being broken short, but retaining it in his hand, it was struck together again and relighted, a token that for his sins he should be deprived of his crown, but on his repentance, through God's mercy, he should wonderfully and gloriously recover it. For insomuch as he still held the candle in his hand, although it was broken, that was a sign that he should not resign the crown, nor lose the name of king, though he became a captive, and it was so ordered that in the wonderful dispensations of Providence, that, though he fell into the hands of his greatest enemies, they were never able to deprive him of his kingdom. Upon hearing that the enemy were at hand, and that unless he retreated, a battle was inevitable, the king shrunk from staining his reputation by an ignominious flight, and putting his troops in battle array in excellent order, drew them out of the city to meet the attack. A strong body of horse and foot was detached in advance to oppose the passage of a ford, but the enemy, by a prudent disposition of their forces and an impetuous charge, obtained possession of the ford, and boldly routing the detachment and putting it to flight, they fell irresistibly by a combined movement on the royal army, slaying some and reserving others as prisoners to be ransomed, while many, among whom were the Earl of Mellant and William de Ypres, fleeing shamefully before battle was joined, the victors took the king prisoner, fighting stoutly to the last. The citizens who fled to seek refuge in the town were closely pursued, and many were slaughtered. The houses and churches were pillaged and burnt, and lamentable scenes of destruction were exhibited in every quarter. Others congregated near the crowd of captives, and especially about the king. While he was being disarmed, he frequently exclaimed in humiliation and grief that this shameful disaster had befallen him as a punishment for his sins, but that those also were guilty of a very great crime who, breaking their fealty and disregarding their oaths, and making no account of the homage which had been voluntarily pledged to him as their king and lord, had so foully and desperately rebelled against him. Upon this the surrounding multitude were moved with pity, shedding tears and uttering cries of grief, and with heart and mouth compassionating his distress. Others congregated near the crowd of captives, and especially about the king. While he was being disarmed, he frequently exclaimed in humiliation and grief that this shameful disaster had befallen him as a punishment for his sins, but that those also were guilty of a very great crime who, breaking their fealty and disregarding their oaths, and making no account of the homage which had been voluntarily pledged to him as their king and lord, had so foully and desperately rebelled against him. Upon this the surrounding multitude were moved with pity, shedding tears and uttering cries of grief, and with heart and mouth compassionating his distress. The Earl of Gloucester carried the king with him to his sister the Countess of Anjou in Gloucestershire, and having held council, committed him to close custody in Bristol Castle for the remainder of his days. The Earl was mistaken, and knew not the secret counsels of the Almighty, in whose hand, as it is written, are the hearts of kings, and he turneth them whithersoever he willeth. He reduced the king of Babylon, who proudly exalted himself against him, to the condition of a beast, that by the sense of his humiliation and his better knowledge of God he might in the end accept and raise him up. He also drove David from the throne on account of his sins, by the persecution of his son, and allowed him to wander about in strange hiding places, humbled and dishonoured, that thereafter he might restore him to his kingdom with marvellous honour. He, likewise, who does nothing in vain, determined in his secret counsels to cast down King Stephen for a little time, in order that afterwards he might be more highly and wonderfully exalted. How singularly that came to pass I shall distinctly relate in the sequel. When the king was in captivity, and as I mentioned before, condemned by God's permission to imprisonment in Bristol Castle, all England was struck with astonishment. To some, who hoped that in consequence the war would be ended, a day of rejoicing and a new light appeared to dawn. Others, who thought deeper, were of opinion that the crime of which they were guilty against the king and the Lord could not be expiated without great damage to the kingdom and themselves, and that the internal wars would not be so easily terminated, considering that the majority of the people were on the king's side, and that the strongest castles were in the hands of his adherents. It will presently be seen that thus it turned out. Now, however, the greatest part of the kingdom gradually submitted to the Countess and her supporters, and some of the royal party, surprised by sudden disasters, were either taken prisoner or violently expelled from their territories. Others, quickly falsifying the allegiance which they owed to the king, voluntarily offered to her themselves and their property. They were a servile and despicable crew who, when their king and lord was borne down by a sudden disaster, but had not lost all, so quickly transferred the fealty they had pledged him. Earl Allen, a man it is said of a most savage disposition and of deep guile, while he was endeavouring to entrap the Earl of Chester in revenge for the disgraceful captivity he had inflicted on his lord and master, was foiled by the enemy and taken himself, bound with fetters and immured in a foul dungeon. He was compelled to bow his head with forced humility and to a dishonourable servitude, doing homage to the Countess of Anjou and placing his castles at her disposal. Meanwhile, he ceded the county of Cornwall, which had been granted to him by the king, to Reginald, who was now in his native country. Earl Hervey, also, the king's son-in-law, who was long beleaguered in the castle of Devizes by a rude multitude of country people banded together for his ruin, at last gave up the castle into the Countess's hands, and being driven from England by this dishonour, went beyond sea with only a few followers. Hugh also, surnamed the Pauper, who by royal licence possessed the earldom of Bedford, after the expulsion of Milo de Beauchamp, conducted his affairs with so much negligence, like the careless and effeminate man that he was, that willing or not willing he gave up the task to Milo, becoming, by the righteous judgment of God, from an earl, a simple man-at-arms, and from that, shortly a penniless man. These and other adherents of the king, compelled by misfortune, some also voluntarily and without compulsion, transferred their allegiance to the Countess. Among these were Robert Deoley, Warden of Oxford under the king, and the Earl of Warwick, weak men, more addicted to pleasure than gifted with courage. The Countess, now elated with pride, assumed an air of extreme haughtiness. Instead of the gentle and graceful manners becoming her sex, she carried herself arrogantly, her language became imperious, and she took measures for being shortly declared Queen of England and honoured by the royal title in the capital of her lord. She took counsel how she might attach to her cause Henry, the Bishop of Winchester, the king's brother, who ranked higher than all the nobles of England in wisdom, in policy, in courage, and in wealth. If he should be willing to espouse her cause, he should be first in honour and in counsel, but if he should oppose her and manifest any symptoms of rebellion, she would rally the whole power of England against him. The bishop was much perplexed. On the one hand, there was the greatest difficulty in supporting the king's cause, and restoring it to its former pitch, chiefly because the royal castles were not stored with provisions nor sufficiently garrisoned. On the other hand, it was a serious affair and indecent in the eyes of the world, while his brother was alive to desert him suddenly in his adversity. In his doubts and difficulties between these two courses, but inclining to the more tempting policy, he determined to temporize, entering into a league of peace and amity with the enemy, by which he would secure himself and his adherents from molestation, and be in a situation quietly to observe the state of the kingdom and how affairs were tending, so that, if opportunity offered, he might promptly and freely stand up for his brother. A treaty of peace and concord having been accordingly concluded, the Countess was received and conducted with great festivities into the city of Winchester, where the bishop placed at her disposal the king's castle, with the royal crown, which she had always ardently desired, and the treasure, small in amount, which the king had left, causing her to be proclaimed sovereign lady and queen in the marketplace before the people. Having now arrived at the summit of her ambition, she began to conduct her affairs imperiously and rashly. Some of those who were attached to the king, but had now agreed to submit themselves and all they had to her, were received with coldness, and at times with manifest displeasure. Others she drove from her, overwhelmed with reproaches and threats. Indiscreetly changing the order of things, she began to diminish or to deprive them of those lands and possessions which the king allowed them to hold, and to declare forfeited and bestow on others the fiefs and honours of the few nobles who still adhered to the king's cause. Whatever the king had enacted by royal ordinances, she despotically reversed by word of mouth, and the grants which he had firmly and irrevocably made to churches and his followers in the wars, she at once revoked and bestowed on her own partisans. But she gave the most flagrant proof of her superciliousness and arrogance in her conduct to the King of the Scots, the Bishop of Winchester, and her brother, the Earl of Gloucester, the most powerful men in England. When these, who were in constant attendance on her, having any petition to present, bent the knee as they came into the presence, so far from desiring them to rise, when bowing before her, as would have been becoming, or granting their requests, she repeatedly refused to hear them, and dismissed them, slighted, with some haughty reply. She did not rely on their counsels as would have been fitting, and as she had promised, but ordered all affairs at her own will and mere motion. The Bishop of Winchester, perceiving that some things were done without his assent, and others without his being consulted, was much disgusted, but cautiously dissembling what he felt, he watched in silence the turn of affairs. Having now obtained the submission of the greatest part of the kingdom, taken hostages and received homage, and being, as I have just said, elated to the highest pitch of arrogance, she came with a vast military display into London, at the humble request of the citizens. They fancied that they had now arrived at happy days, when peace and tranquillity would prevail, and the kingdom's sufferings would be followed by a change for the better. She, however, sent for some of the more wealthy, and demanded of them, not with gentle courtesy, but in an imperious tone, an immense sum of money. Upon this they made complaints that their former wealth had now been diminished by the troubled state of the kingdom, that they had liberally contributed to the relief of the indigent against the severe famine which was impending, and that they had subsidized the king to their last farthing. They therefore humbly implored her clemency, that in pity for their losses and distress she would show some moderation in levying money from them, and that in imposing a new and vexatious tax she would at least allow a little time to the exhausted citizens. When the disturbances arising out of the wars entirely ceased and tranquillity was restored, wealth would return, and they should be better able to supply her wants. When the citizens had addressed her in this manner, she, without any of the gentleness of her sex, broke out into insufferable rage, while she replied to them with a stern eye and frowning brow, that the Londoners had often paid large sums to the king, that they had opened their purse strings wide to strengthen him and weaken her, that they had been long in confederacy with her enemies for her injury, and that they had no claim to be spared, and to have the smallest part of the fine remitted. On hearing this, the citizens departed to their homes sorrowful and unsatisfied. In this juncture, the Queen of King Stephen, who was a woman of clear understanding and masculine firmness, sent messengers to the Countess, earnestly imploring the release of her husband from a foul dungeon, and the restoration of her son's inheritance under his father's will. but when neither she nor her envoys succeeded in their petition, but were answered with words of cruel and shameful abuse, the Queen resolved on gaining by arms what she had failed to do by her prayers. She therefore assembled a splendid body of troops, and marching them to London, stationed them over the river, with orders to harass the Countess's supporters round the city with pillage and assault and fire and sword. The Londoners were thrown into great distress at seeing the country wasted before their eyes, and being driven to their houses like hedgehogs by these hostilities, with no one ready to resist them, and also because their new mistress exceeded all bounds in her cruel treatment of them, and there was no reason to expect in time to come gentleness and bowels of mercy from one who in the first days of her reign was pitiless in extorting from them intolerable exactions. They therefore entered into consultation on the fitness of forming a confederacy with the Queen for the restoration of peace and obtaining the king's release from imprisonment, since they justly remarked they had unwisely deserted his cause too soon, and subjected themselves to the tyranny of new masters while he was yet living. Accordingly, when the Countess, feeling secure that her will would be obeyed, required an answer to her demands, the whole city flew to arms at the ringing of the bells, which was the signal for war, and all with one accord rose upon the Countess and her adherents, as swarms of wasps issue from their hives. The Countess was just sitting down to dinner in unconscious security, when she heard the noise of the tumult, and receiving private information that she was to be attacked, she sought safety for herself and her followers in instant flight. Putting their horses to a gallop, they had scarcely left behind them the houses of the suburbs, when a countless mob of townsfolk burst into the quarters they had quitted, and pillaged everything which their unpremeditated departure had left in them. Several of the barons, impelled by their fears, had fled with the Countess, but they were not long the companions of her flight, for so great was the alarm occasioned by the sudden outburst of the insurrection that, forgetting their mistress and thinking only of their own escape, they took the first turnings of the road which presented opportunities for effecting it, and made for their own estates by various byways, as if the Londoners were in close pursuit. Not only the Bishop of Winchester, who is said to have been privy to and at the bottom of this conspiracy, but some other bishops and belted knights, who had come to London with great pomp and pride for the coronation of their mistress, quickly sought shelter wherever they could find it. The Countess herself, with her brother the Earl of Gloucester, and a few other barons whose course best lay in that direction, hastened to Oxford at their utmost speed. When they were in this manner frightened out of London, all those of the king's party who had been humbled and crushed by his captivity, inspired with new hopes, flew eagerly to arms amid mutual congratulations, and rose upon the Countess's adherents in all quarters. The Queen, having been received by the Londoners, laid aside all female weakness and the softness of her sex, and bore herself manfully and resolutely. She worked upon her supporters who had still held out, and the king's friends, wherever they were dispersed throughout the country, both by her entreaties and offers, to join her in compassing the king's deliverance. Still more earnestly she supplicated the Bishop of Winchester, the papal legate, that, pitying her brother's captivity, he should unite his endeavours with hers for the king's release, and thus restore her husband to her, the king to his people, a protector to the kingdom. The bishop was moved as well by the sorrowful entreaties of the woman constantly urged as by the strong ties of blood, to consider deeply how he might best effect his brother's release from imprisonment, and reinstate him on the throne. But the Countess of Anjou, shrewdly suspecting the bishop's secret intentions, hastened to Winchester with a body of disciplined troops, to endeavour to forestall his movements. and as she was entering one gate of the town with a numerous retinue, her arrival being wholly unexpected, the bishop, mounting a swift horse, escaped at another gate, and made all haste to secure himself in one of his own castles. Upon this, the countess, summoning her partisans by proclamation throughout England, collected a vast army, and formed a close blockade of the bishop's castle, a stately edifice in the centre of the town, and of his palace, which he had converted into a strong fortress. I think fit to give here a short account of those who, collecting their forces, joined the countess in this siege, in order that the reader may reflect that it was not by man's strength, but by the marvellous power of the Almighty, that so vast and so mighty a host was quickly subdued and dispersed, made captive and annihilated, as will be shown in what follows. There was David, the king of the Scots, who, as I have before related, had been already twice driven from England in shameful discomfiture, and was now a third time in his deep disgrace, and with great peril to his own followers, forced to flee, as were many others. There were also Robert the Earl of Gloucester, Ranulph the Earl of Chester, Baldwin the Earl of Exeter, Reginald the bastard son of King Henry and Earl of Cornwall, Milo of Gloucester, who was now made the Earl of Hereford, to the satisfaction of all, Roger the Earl of Warwick, William de Mohun, who was now made Earl of Dorset, and also Portrayal the Earl of Brittany. The barons were none wise inferior to the earls in faithfulness and merit, in courage and gallantry. There were Brian, mentioned before, John, surnamed the Marshal, Roger de Olio, Roger de Nunant, William Fitzalan, with others, whom it would be tedious to enumerate. All these, having mustered their followers in great force, vied with each other in joint and indefatigable efforts to reduce the bishop's castle. Meanwhile, the bishop had summoned the barons of the king's party from every quarter of England, and had also taken into his pay at great expense a number of stipendiary soldiers, and with these he harassed those who lay outside the city by all the means in his power. The Queen also, with a gallant body of men-at-arms, and the stout array of the Londoners, 1,000 in number, well armed with helmets and breastplates, besieged from without the besiegers of the castle inside the city, with great spirit and vigour. The king had also on his side certain great men who were of his privy councillors, and admitted to his familiar intimacy, but not being endowed with great domains, possessed merely of castles. The most distinguished of these were Roger de Casnet and William his brother, men accustomed to war, and second to none in military skill and every kind of excellence. When the rest of the king's adherents flocked to Winchester to encounter his enemies, these brothers also, with a well-equipped troop of cavalry and archers, threatened the city in one quarter with a formidable attack. The siege was therefore of an extraordinary character, such as was unheard of in our days. All England was there in arms, with a great conflux of foreigners, and their position against each other was such that the forces engaged in the siege of the bishop's castle were themselves besieged by the royal army, which closely hemmed them in from without, so that there were perpetual skirmishes, attended with great losses on both sides, not to speak of the soldiers who in these daily conflicts were taken prisoner on the one part or the other, or who perished by various mischances and in various ways. The position of the troops led to serious losses. For while the countess's party pressed the siege of the castle by every invention of skill and art, the garrison from within shot lighted brands, with which they reduced to ashes the greatest part of the city and 2 abbeys. On the other hand, the royal army cantoned without the city carefully watched all approaches of the crossroads to prevent supplies of provisions being thrown into the town, and thus severe famine was inflicted on the great number now shut up within the walls. It was therefore decided in council by common consent to be desirable that a fort should be constructed at Werrell, which is distant 6 miles from the city, as a station for 300 soldiers, from whence they might strain the king's troops and facilitate the entrance of supplies into the city. But the royalists, alive to the danger they incurred by this manoeuvre, made a sudden and unexpected attack on Werrell in great force, and assaulting the post on all sides. Many of its defenders were taken or slain, and the rest were compelled to evacuate it and seek for shelter in the church. There, using the church as a fortress, they defended themselves until brands were thrown upon it, and it was set on fire, and they were compelled, half burnt, to come forth and surrender at discretion. It was a horrid and lamentable spectacle. Mailed soldiers trampled recklessly on the floor of the church, the seat of religion, the house of prayer. In one quarter there was butchery, in another the prisoners were dragged along bound with thongs. Here the flames burst forth in the church and consumed the roofs of the monastery. There the consecrated virgins, reluctantly compelled by the fire to issue from their enclosures, filled the air with shrieks and lamentations. When Robert, the Earl of Gloucester, and the rest of his party learnt the disastrous termination of this affair, they entirely despaired of success in prosecuting the siege, and consulted how best they might secure their own safety by retreat, for it seemed unwise and inexpedient to hold out any longer after the serious loss they had sustained. When the bishop's troops had burnt the town, the citizens were wasting with famine and want, and they themselves were threatened with the same calamity unless they made a speedy retreat. Collecting therefore their light baggage, they threw open the gates and marched out in a body, and the troops being skilfully formed by divisions in close order, the whole army commenced the retreat. But they were met by the king's troops, who poured in upon them from all sides in countless numbers, with so much impetuosity that they were routed and dispersed, and the Earl of Gloucester, who commanded the rearguard, was cut off from the rest and taken prisoner with all of his followers. The royal army spread itself over all the neighbouring country in pursuit of the vulgar crowd of fugitives, and not only captured the soldiers wherever they could be met with, but obtained an immense booty in valuables which had been cast away, and lay scattered about. Stallions of high breeding, which had thrown their riders, were to be seen galloping about. Others, exhausted with fatigue, were drawing their last breath. Shields and coats of mail, with all sorts of weapons and armour, strewed the ground. Rich robes, precious vessels, and valuable ornaments, lying in heaps, were everywhere ready to the hand of the first comer. Need I speak of the knights and even the great barons, who, throwing off all the distinguishing marks of their rank, fled on foot, disguising even their names in shame and fear? Some fell into the hands of the country people and underwent the severest torments, others concealing themselves in loathsome caves, half-starved and full of alarm, either lay there until an opportunity of escape presented itself, or being discovered by the enemy, they were dragged out without shame or decency. Need I speak of the King of the Scots, who a third time captive, as they say, but always ransomed, was set at liberty, and returning to his own country sorrowful and worn out with fatigue, with a few of his followers only? What shall I say of the Archbishop of Canterbury, with other bishops and eminent men from all England, who, separated from their attendants, their horses and clothes carried off, or barbarously torn from them, were scarce able to creep to some safe hiding-place after the fearful rout? The Countess of Anjou herself, always superior to womanly weakness and with a heart of iron in times of adversity, made her escape before the Malta Devises, attended only by Brian and a small retinue. She and Brian gained the honour that, as their attachment was previously mutual and undivided, so they were not separated in danger and adversity. While such were the events and circumstances attending in various quarters the dispersion and flight of the Countess's army, the Londoners, with the greatest part of the royal troops, sacked Winchester in a fearful manner, breaking into houses and stores, and even some of the churches, and having obtained much booty and many valuables, they departed with it, and with a number of captives, in great triumph, to their own homes. Such, then, was the rout of Winchester, so fearful and marvellous that scarcely any age has handed down any similar account to our times. The Earl of Gloucester being now a prisoner, after a short interval, a convention was agreed to between the adherents of both parties for an exchange of the king for the Earl, the one for the other, the affairs of the civil war returning to their former state, a cruel and unwise conclusion, pregnant with evil for every part of the land, but at present there was no possibility of a mutual concurrence between the parties on terms of peace and amity, each betraying much arrogance in negotiating the treaty, although the convention for the exchange was cheerfully ratified on both sides. On the king's release he was met by a splendid company of the barons and others, who accompanied him in procession, piety mingling with their rejoicings and heightening their festivity, some shedding tears of religious thankfulness at the wonderful mercy of God so powerfully exerted on the king's behalf, while others burst into cries of jubilee and exultation at his safe delivery. When the king was at length released from captivity, it might have been supposed that the troubles which afflicted the kingdom would have now been ended, and that both parties, moved by their regret for such calamities, would have united in measures for the restoration of peace. But the hand of the Lord was still heavy on the English nation, and because they had offended him in many ways, they were scourged, as it is written, with many stripes. The Countess of Anjou, always betraying a fierce and inflexible temper, though she had been much shaken and almost worn to death by the retreat from Winchester, no sooner found herself in safety and recovered her strength, than with a strong body of troops she moved to Oxford, which was well affected to her cause. Encouraging and supporting her friends in opposition to the king, she sent out several troops of horse to scour the country. She stirred up those who owed her fealty, both by her letters and messengers, to furnish all possible aid, and she strengthened the castles by all the means in her power, some to control the royalists with more effect, others more thoroughly to protect her own dependents. One of these, at Woodstock, was the favourite seat of privacy and retirement of King Henry. Another was the villa of Radcott, surrounded by marshes and inaccessible on account of the waters. A third was at Cirencester, close to the Abbey of Monks, like another Dagon near the Ark of the Lord. A fourth was in the village of Benton, in the church tower, an ancient structure of admirable design and of massive and most skilful architecture, with some others which in various parts of England she permitted her adherents to fortify. In these were planted the seeds of the grievous oppression of the people, of the universal devastation of the kingdom, and of the wars and insurrections which sprung up on all sides. King Stephen, becoming aware of this, and as it were roused from sleep and waking to life and new activity, summoned his adherents, with whom were joined a strong band of his standing army, and came suddenly to Cirencester. Finding the castle deserted, for the guards had dispersed and concealed themselves, he set it on fire, and raising the wall and outworks to the ground, continued his march to Benton, taking the one by storm, the other by voluntary surrender. Like Caesar, he thought nothing done while aught was left undone, and he therefore proceeded from thence to Oxford boldly to try issues with the Countess of Anjou. Oxford is a place strongly fortified and almost inaccessible from the deep waters which flow around it. On one side it is narrowly guarded by a wall and ditch, on the other by an impregnable castle with a lofty keep of great strength and stateliness. Here the Countess had established herself with a gallant body of men-at-arms in full security, relying on her possessing the castle and all the neighbouring country, and on the strength of the position which adds to an enemy's glory, when the king, with a numerous body of veteran soldiers, suddenly took his ground on the opposite side of the river. Seeing the enemy running in crowds from the city to observe him, some assailing him and his person with abuse across the river, and others shaking their arrows out of their quivers, sharply annoying them over the water, he crossed the river by an ancient and very deep ford, which was pointed out to him. He boldly plunged into the stream himself at the head of his troops, and swimming rather than wading across, they charged the enemy with impetuosity, driving them back to the city gates after a sharp engagement. The rest of his troops had now crossed the river, and being formed in one column, the whole advanced against the enemy, who, flying through the open gates into the city, and the royalists being mingled with them, found themselves within the walls without opposition, and throwing firebrands among the houses, obtained a signal success. None escaped suffering the consequences of this severe disaster. Those who resisted either fell by the sword or were fettered and reserved for ransom. Some had again to hide themselves in the coverts which had lately sheltered them, and others with their lady, in all haste, shut themselves up in the castle. After this success, the king pressed the siege of the Countess and her followers in the castle with the utmost vigour, perceiving clearly that the civil wars would be brought to a close if he were able to subdue her with whom they originated. He therefore posted vigilant guards from place to place around the castle, with orders to keep a strict watch on all the avenues by day and night. 3 months he was detained before it with a large force, and the garrison were reduced to great extremities by famine. But blind man is unconscious of what the providence of God determines, for the design which the king was bent on manfully accomplishing, the Almighty frustrated. It was the king's purpose to press the siege until the Countess became his prisoner, but notwithstanding the host of the besiegers, and the sentries carefully posted around the castle, and watching in the dead of the night, she escaped out of it uninjured in an extraordinary way, for provisions and the means of sustenance beginning to fail the garrison, and the king exhausting every effort to reduce it by violent assaults, and by his military engines, she became much straitened, and, despairing of any relief coming from without, she issued forth one night, attended only by 3 knights chosen for their wary prudence. The ground was white with snow, which lay deep over the whole country. The rivers were frozen hard, and for 6 miles she and her companions had to make their toilsome way, on foot, over snow and ice. What was very remarkable, and indeed truly miraculous, she crossed dry shod, and without wetting her garments, the very waters into which the king and his troops had plunged up to the neck on their advance to attack the city. She passed too through the royal posts, while the silence of night was broken all around by the clang of trumpets and the cry of guards, without losing a single man of her escort, and observed only by 1 man of the king's troops, who had been wrought with to favour her escape. Having thus got out of the castle undiscovered and unmolested, she reached Wallingford in the course of the night, after a very toilsome journey. I know not whether it was for her future elevation to the highest honour, or whether by the judgment of God to aggravate the distress of the kingdom, but certainly I have never heard of any woman having such marvellous escapes from so many enemies threatening her life, and from such exceeding perils. We learnt first that she was allowed to depart unmolested from Arundel Castle through the enemy's army. Then she fled in safety from London, where the populace rose with fury against her. Next, after the rout at Winchester, when almost all her adherents were intercepted. She only made good her retreat, and now we have seen how she escaped in safety from the beleaguered castle at Oxford. When the king found that the great disturber of his own and the kingdom's peace, notwithstanding his having exhausted every effort to secure her person, had been cunning enough to escape from her imminent peril, he thought it would be with a bad omen and waste of time that he should prolong the siege. With so many enemies pressing him on all sides, he might be exposed to some disastrous reverse of fortune, and in particular, he was aware that Robert the Earl of Gloucester, as soon as he heard that his sister was blockaded, though he was not in sufficient strength to come to her relief, had besieged and taken Warham Castle, into which a body of royalists had thrown themselves, and that he was fully determined to push his advantages against him with spirit and obstinacy. Listening therefore to the advice of his friends, he accepted the terms of surrender proposed by the Countess's troops in Oxford Castle, and placing in it a garrison of his own, established his power over a great extent of country in those parts. Shortly afterwards, putting himself at the head of a well-appointed body of troops, he marched to Warham, which castle the Earl of Gloucester had much strengthened, and finding the place so strongly fortified, wasting all the country through which he passed with fire and sword, and pillaging whatever came in his way, he proceeded to Wilton for the purpose of making that castle strong enough to check the Earl's incursions through these districts. He had with him the Bishop of Winchester, with a strong body of military to support his enterprise, and the barons who had been summoned from all parts of England either joined the king on his march, or were close at hand, hastening to support him with their contingents. The Earl of Gloucester, being informed of this by his trusty messengers, gave notice to all his principal adherents, and prepared to give battle to the king at Wilton. The king drew up his army in order of battle by regular divisions, close to the city, while the Earl skilfully formed his troops in 3 divisions, and making the attack with spirit forced the king to retreat, and unless he had fled precipitately in company with the Bishop of Winchester, he would have been subjected to the disgrace of being again captured. However, William, surnamed Martel, a distinguished man who was closely connected with the king by duty and regard, made a stout resistance for some time with the troops under him, but the main body of the royal army having dispersed and fled along with the king, the enemy, being victorious, surrounded him in such numbers that at length he and many others were taken prisoners. Then the Earl, following up his success, hotly pursued the routed royalists, who endeavoured to conceal themselves in the houses and churches of the town. But setting the place on fire, he filled it with tears and blood, sparing neither the citizens nor the remnant of the royal troops, but pillaging and killing, insulting and burning in every quarter. Which caused most lamentations was their forcing the convent of nuns dedicated to the Mother of God and Saint Ethelreda the Virgin, by violently bursting the gates open, and without regard to the sanctity of the place, binding with thongs some persons who had taken refuge in it, and dragging them forth. And though in dealing with adversaries it may be allowable to use them harshly, and with what measures they meet to measure against them, yet the Earl of Gloucester and his partisans were very culpable and guilty of great presumption in not only violating the Holy Temple, the known refuge of the oppressed in all ages, but also in dragging from the altar with naked swords and leading into captivity those who fled for safety to the church. But they did not go unpunished, for God, who has respect to the sufferings of his people, unjustly inflicted, and recompenses the wicked according to their deserts, did not suffer them to escape without severe punishment. As a son of Robert, the Earl of Gloucester, who was the glory and ornament of his family, soon after prematurely died. Milo, the Earl of Hereford, also, who fomented and instigated so many disturbances, was slain by an arrow the same year. Likewise William, at that time Mayor of Salisbury. was scared in his sleep by frightful dreams, the Virgin herself, they say, appearing to him, and he was seized with an incurable disease, of which he perished by slow tortures. Robert Fitz-Hildebrand also, a man of low origin, but an eminent mischief-maker, came to his end by a virulent disorder, unknown in our days, as I shall hereafter fully relate. Some others also experienced the visitations of the divine wrath, for their share in the impious sacrilege already mentioned, of whom I would be at the pains to give further particulars in the present work, if it would not be tiresome to the reader, and lead me to wander far from my subject. Robert, the Earl of Gloucester, after his victory at Wilton, returned to Bristol with splendid trophies, taking with him William Martell, as well as many other prisoners. He was kept in close confinement until he was ransomed, when he lost the lordship of Sherborne Castle and a great tract of country which was attached to it. All the king's friends were at this time reduced to great humiliation, both on account of the king's having ignominiously fled at the Battle of Wilton, leaving his adherents to be made prisoners, and because the Earl of Gloucester had got possession of the castle before named, which was the key of the kingdom. The Earl and his coadjutors were in high spirits, reducing the country far and near to subjugation, utterly destroying the royal castles, and proudly strengthening their own to overawe the enemy, so that one half of all England from sea to sea obeyed their ordinances and precepts without anyone daring to resist them. They embellished their possessions in all quarters, restoring peace and tranquillity, except that the labours of the people were exacted for building castles, and that whenever they had to engage the enemy, all the people were compelled to lend their aid, either by furnishing soldiers, or by payments in lieu of enrolment. England, therefore, was under the shadow, but did not possess the substance of peace, for nothing was more grievous to fellow countrymen than the feeling that they were not toiling for themselves, but for others, and that their swords were drawn to keep alive civil wars. While all others in his part of the country gave their adhesion to the Earl, Henry de Tracy alone maintained the king's cause, and firmly opposing the rest, waged an intestine war and was continually engaged in conflicts with the enemy, either together or separately, until he had almost crushed them by the inveteracy of his sharp attacks. Then he made a truce with them until such time as the king should be more powerful in that quarter, and the country should become better subjected to him by the hostile tumults being checked. About this time, William de Pont de l'Arche, a most faithful servant, as it is said, of King Henry and his children, had a desperate quarrel with the Bishop of Winchester. The bishop having resolutely opposed him with a strong military force and withstood all his efforts, not only by arms but by his great address, he addressed a letter to his liege lady, the Countess of Anjou, entreating her to send to his assistance a troop of horse, with a commander well versed in military tactics at their head. The Countess and her friends were well pleased with this application, because they believed it would open the way both to lessen the bishop's power and to strengthen their own possession, William being not only faithfully devoted to the cause he espoused, but also possessed of large sums of ready money. They therefore dispatched Robert Fitz-Hildebrand, a soldier of experience, though of low extraction, but his military virtues were stained by lust and drunkenness. On his arrival at the head of a brilliant troop, he was graciously entertained by William, who confidently entrusted him with all his secrets, having thus obtained the liberty to access the castle whenever he pleased. He abused it to debauch William's wife, and by a horrible and abominable plot, concerted between them, William was bound in fetters and thrown in a dungeon. Having thus obtained possession of his castle, his treasures, and his wife, Robert spurned the alliance of the Countess, to whom he owed his honourable mission, and entered into league with the king and bishop. But as I have before remarked, the infamy and audacity of this base seducer did not remain unpunished, for after forming this adulterous connection, the just God, avenging his perfidy, a worm grew in his vitals, which, gradually gnawing its way through his intestines, fattened on the abandoned man until, tortured with excruciating sufferings and venting himself in bitter moans, he was by a fitting punishment brought to his end. This was ordered by the judgment of God, not only on account of his faithlessness and wicked life, but because he had violated the monastery of the Holy Virgin Saint Ethelreda. At this period, England was in a very disturbed state. On the one hand, the king and those who took his part grievously oppressed the people. On the other, frequent turmoils were raised by the Earl of Gloucester. And what with the tyranny of the one and the turbulence of the other, there was universal turmoil and desolation. Some, for whom their country had lost its charms, chose rather to make their abode in foreign lands. Others drew to the churches for protection, and constructing mean hovels in their precincts, passed their days in fear and trouble. Food being scarce, for there was a dreadful famine throughout England, some of the people disgustingly devoured the flesh of dogs and horses. Others appeased their insatiable hunger with the garbage of uncooked herbs and roots. Many in all parts sunk under the severity of famine and died in heaps. Others with their whole families went sorrowfully into voluntary banishment and disappeared. There were seen famous cities deserted and depopulated by the death of the inhabitants of every age and sex, and fields white for the harvest, for it was near the season of autumn, but none to gather it, all having been struck down by the famine. Thus the whole aspect of England presented a scene of calamity and sorrow, misery and oppression. It tended to increase the evil that a crowd of fierce strangers who had flocked to England in bands to take service in the wars, and who were devoid of all feelings of mercy and humanity, were scattered among the people thus suffering. In all the castles their sole business was to contrive the most flagitious outrages, and the employment on which all the powers of their malicious minds were bent was to watch every opportunity of plundering the weak, to foment troubles and cause bloodshed in every direction. And as the barons who had assembled them from the remotest districts were neither able to discharge their pay out of their own revenues, nor to satisfy their insatiable thirst for plunder, and remunerate them by pillage, as they had before done, because there was nothing left anywhere whole and undamaged, they had recourse to the possessions of the monasteries, or the neighbouring municipalities, or any others which they could send fresh troops enough to infest. At one time they loaded their victims with false accusations and virulent abuse, at another they ground them down with vexatious claims and extortions. Some they stripped of their property either by open robbery or secret contrivance, and others they reduced to complete subjugation in the most shameless manner. If any one of the reverend monks, or of the secular clergy, came to complain of the exactions laid on church property, he was met with abuse and abruptly silenced with outrageous threats. The servants who attended him on his journey were often severely scourged before his face, and he himself, whatever his rank and order, was shamefully stripped of his effects, and even his garments, and driven away, or left helpless, from the severe beating to which he was subjected. These unhappy spectacles, these lamentable tragedies, as they were common throughout England, could not escape the observation of the bishops, but they, bowed down by base fears, like reeds before the wind, their salt having lost its savour, did not rear themselves like a tower of strength for the protection of the house of Israel. They ought indeed to have opposed these carnal men with the sword of the Spirit, which destroys the flesh, and to have resolutely set their face like Jeremiah, or like the radiant brow of Moses against the sons of Belial, who plundered the church, and tearing in pieces the garment of the Lord, left it rent and torn, and scattered everywhere. The bishops themselves, shameful to say, not all indeed, but several of them, assumed arms, and girt with the sword and sheathed in bright armour, rode on mettlesome war horses, besides the ravagers of the country, receiving their share of the booty, and subjecting to imprisonment and torture soldiers who fell into their hands by the chance of war, and men of wealth wherever they met with them. And while they were at the bottom of all this flagitious wickedness, they ascribed it not to themselves but to their soldiers only, to be silent for the present, respecting others, for it would be wrong to accuse all alike. Common report stigmatizes the bishops of Winchester, Lincoln, and Chester as more forward than others in these unchristian doings. Though the strictness of ecclesiastical discipline, yielding to the iniquity that generally prevailed, was thus loosened, Robert the Bishop of Hereford, a man of deep piety and determined resolution, did not depart from the laws of religion and the path of justice, but taking the arms with which the apostle carefully invests the Christian, he interposed the shield for his defence against the disturbers of the general peace. For when the Earl of Hereford, being in much want of money to pay the troops which he had levied against the king, forced the churches in his lordship to submit to new exactions, and required the Bishop of Hereford to pay the tax tyrannically imposed, claiming it as his right and enforcing it by threats, being thus frequently pressed, the bishop deliberately and positively refused to pay the demand, asserting that ecclesiastical property, assigned to the altar by the pious offerings of devout people, belonged in perpetual frankelmoin to the service of God and the Church, and that no layman could interfere with them, any more than he could in the sacred rites, so that by laying hands on them he incurred the guilt of sacrilege as much as if he had violated the altar itself, wherefore he required the Earl to withdraw his presumptuous demand, and to restrain his people, or he threatened him and them with immediate excommunication. This resolution of the bishop inflamed Milo to the highest pitch of rage, and he sent his followers to seize the bishop's goods and lands, and lay them waste wherever they were. Upon which the bishop, assembling his clergy, who willingly attended his summons, pronounced the terrible sentence of excommunication against Milo and his adherents. He further laid an interdict on the whole country, which was subject to Milo, by the rigour of which it was prohibited that any of the sacred offices of the church should be performed, and no corpse was to be buried in the earth, or committed to the waters, or consumed by fire, or removed from the place where it expired, until the author of the sacrilege restored all that he had seized, to the last farthing as valued by sworn men, and by doing penance, was reconciled to the church. But as after he had promised to make restitution, the jury had to take an account, so that while satisfaction was made to one church, others were injured by delay, and their ministers were involved in pleadings between themselves and the bishop, he perished miserably within the year without receiving absolution, having been pierced through the breast with an arrow shot by a soldier at a stag while the Earl was hunting deer on Christmas Eve. His death struck the covetous with some alarm, and restrained them from laying hands so freely on church property, and it made the other bishops bolder in afterwards resisting such sacrilegious attempts. Roger, Milo's son, succeeded him in the earldom of Hereford, and young as he was, displayed great abilities. There was at this time among the king's adherents one Geoffrey de Mandeville, a man remarkable for his great prudence, his inflexible spirit in adversity, and his military skill. His wealth and his honour raised him above all the nobles of the realm, for he held the Tower of London, and had built castles of great strength around the city, and in every part of the kingdom which submitted to the king, being everywhere the king's representative, so that in public affairs he was more attended to than the king himself, and the royal commanders were less obeyed than his own. This occasioned jealousy, particularly among those who were familiar and intimately connected with the king, as Geoffrey, it appeared, had managed to usurp all the rights of the king, and moreover, report said that he was inclined to confer the crown on the Countess of Anjou. They therefore secretly persuaded the king to arrest Geoffrey on the charge of treason, and to obtain the forfeiture of his castles, for his own security and his kingdom's peace. The king hesitated for some time, being unwilling to involve the royal majesty in the disgrace of false accusations, when a sudden strife arose between Geoffrey and the barons, in which abuse and menace were exchanged between the parties. The king interfered to settle the dispute, but while he was endeavouring to do so, some persons came forward and accused Geoffrey boldly of a conspiracy against the king and his party. Instead of taking the least pains to clear himself of the charge, he treated it with ridicule as an infamous falsehood, whereupon the king and the barons present arrested him and his followers. This happened at St. Albans. The king brought Geoffrey to London in close custody, and threatened to hang him if he did not give up the Tower of London and the castles he had erected with wonderful skill and labour. By the advice of his friends, to escape an ignominious death, he submitted to the king's will, and agreed to the surrender, and being thus set at liberty, he escaped out of the hands of his enemies, to the great injury of the whole kingdom. For, being turbulent and fierce, by the exercise of his power he gave strength to rebellion throughout all England, as the king's enemies, hearing that he was in arms against the royal cause, and relying on the support of so great an earl, began with new spirit to raise insurrections in every quarter, and even those who appeared to be the king's supporters, as if they had been struck by a thunderbolt, were more and more humiliated by his secession from the king's party. Geoffrey now assembled all his dependents, who were bound to him by fealty and homage, in one body, and he also levied a formidable host of mercenary soldiers and of freebooters, who flocked to him gladly from all quarters. With this force he devastated the whole country by fire and sword, driving off flocks and herds with insatiable cupidity, sparing neither age nor profession, and freely slaking his thirst for vengeance. The most exquisite cruelties he could invent were instantly executed on his enemies. The town of Cambridge, belonging to the king, was taken by surprise when the citizens were off their guard and being plundered, and the doors of the churches being forced with axes. They were pillaged of their wealth and whatever the citizens had deposited in them, and the town was set on fire. With the same ferocity, Geoffrey devastated the whole neighbourhood, breaking into all the churches, desolating the lands of the monks, and carrying off their property. The Abbey of St. Benedict at Ramsey he not only spoiled of the monks' property and stripped the altars and sacred relics, but mercilessly expelling the monks from the abbey, he placed soldiers in it and made it a garrison. As soon as the king heard of this bold eruption, and the lawless invasion by Geoffrey of a wide extent of country, he hastened with a powerful array of troops to check the progress of the sudden outbreak. But Geoffrey skilfully avoided an encounter with the king, at one time betaking himself hastily to the marshes with which that county abounds, where he had before found shelter in his flight, at another leaving the district where the king was pursuing him. He appeared at the head of his followers in another quarter to stir up fresh disturbances. However, for the purpose of checking his usual inroads into that country, the king caused castles to be built in suitable places, and placing garrisons in them, to overawe the marauders, he went elsewhere to attend to other affairs. As soon as the king was gone, Geoffrey devoted all his energies to reducing the garrisons which the king had left for his annoyance, supported by the king's enemies who flocked to him from all quarters, and forming a confederacy with Hugh Bigod, a man of note who was very powerful in those parts, and had disturbed the peace of the kingdom and opposed the king's power, as before mentioned. He ravaged the whole country, sparing in his cruelties neither sex nor condition. But at length God, the just avenger of all the grievous persecutions and all the calamities which he had inflicted, brought him to an end worthy of his crimes, for being too bold and depending too much on his own address, he often beat up the quarters of the royal garrisons, but at last was outwitted by them and slain. And as while he lived he had disturbed the church and troubled the land, so the whole English church was a party to his punishment, for having been excommunicated he died unabsolved, and the sacrilegious man was deprived of Christian burial. Such having been the end of Geoffrey de Mandeville, the prospects of the king's enemies became gloomy, for those who trusted that the royal cause would be much weakened by his secession now thought that by his death the king would be more at liberty, and, as it turned out, better prepared to molest them. But they set no bounds to the malevolence and impiety with which they were imbued, but their bad spirits actuating them to every sort of wickedness, they devoted themselves to the prosecution of their rebellion, and engaged with increased eagerness in every destructive enterprise throughout all parts of England. All the northern counties were subjected to the tyranny of the Earl of Chester, who subjected the king's barons in the neighbourhood to his yoke, surprised their castles by clandestine assaults, and wasted their lands by hostile incursions, and breathing in his rage nothing but war and devastation, was the terror of all men. John also, that child of hell and root of all evil, the Lord of Marlborough Castle, was indefatigable in his efforts to create disturbances. He built castles of strong masonry on spots he thought advantageous. He got into his power the lands and possessions of the monasteries, expelling the monks of every order, and when the sword of ecclesiastical discipline was unsheathed, he was in no wise deterred, but became still more hardened. He even compelled the monks of the highest order to come to his castle in a body on certain fixed days, when, assuming episcopal power, he issued irreversible decrees for the payment of taxes, or for compulsory labour. The sons of Robert the Earl of Gloucester, also active young men and well practised in all military exercises, as well as animated by their father's valour and constancy, kept the south of the kingdom in alarm, building castles in advantageous positions, surprising others held by their neighbours, engaging in frequent expeditions against the enemy, slaying and plundering and wasting their lands. With activity like their fathers, they had spread their hostilities over a great breadth of country, extending across from one sea to the other, and having at length acquired the lordship of an ample domain, they effected peace and promulgated laws and ordinances. But though their vassals might seem relieved from hostilities and pillage, their lord's avarice subjected them to endless taxation, and involved them in vexatious suits. Stephen de Mandeville, likewise a man of note and a persevering soldier, who greatly exalted the earldom of Devon, actively fomented the civil war in those parts. He repaired the old castles which the necessities of a former age had planted on the summits of precipitous rocks, subjected wide districts to his tyrannical rule, and was a most troublesome neighbour to the king's adherents wherever he established himself. All these and others whom I omit, not to be tedious, were busily employed in undermining the king's power, and when he was anxiously engaged in allaying these disturbances, sometimes in one quarter, sometimes in another. They would suddenly unite in a body and vigilantly defeat his designs. They would suddenly unite in a body. In like manner, the Royalists in several counties of England attacked the castles whenever a fit opportunity offered, at one time by open hostilities, at another by surprise, so that by these mutual depredations and alternate excursions and encounters, the kingdom, which was once the abode of joy, tranquillity, and peace, was everywhere changed into a seat of war and slaughter, and devastation and woe. At that time William de Dover, a skilful soldier and an active partisan of the Earl of Gloucester, with his support, took possession of Cricklade, a village delightfully situated in a rich and fertile neighbourhood. He built a castle for himself there with great diligence, on a spot which, being surrounded on all sides by waters and marshes, was very inaccessible, and having a strong body of mercenary troops, including some archers, he extended his ravages far and wide, and reducing to submission a great extent of country on both banks of the river Thames, he inflicted great cruelties on the royal party, at one time fiercely sweeping round their castles in a bold excursion, at another lurking by night in some concealed ambush. His restless activity never ceased to harass them, and no place could be considered free from danger. Ceaseless as were his efforts to annoy the Royalists, the citizens of Oxford and the principal burghers of the town of Malmesbury suffered the most frequently from his predatory expeditions, because his neighbours in their encounters frequently defeated him. The Earl of Gloucester also hastily running up 3 forts close to Malmesbury, while the king was detained by hostile movements in another direction, was not only able to restrain their usual inroads through the country, but reduced them to famine by his close blockade. But when the king received exact information of the desperate state of affairs in that quarter, he instantly mustered a large body of troops, and coming unexpectedly to Malmesbury, threw into it provisions enough to last for a considerable time, and having wasted and pillaged the country round the Earl's forts, he encamped near Tetbury, a castle distant 3 miles from Malmesbury, which he used his utmost endeavours to take. Having stormed the outer defences of the castle, some of the garrison being slain and taken prisoners, and the rest being driven by degrees into a narrow space within the inner court, with many of them wounded, he lost no time in bringing up his war engines with the intention of enclosing and besieging them there. Meanwhile, the Earl of Gloucester, on his first intelligence of the king's coming, gathered an overwhelming force from his numerous castles in the neighbourhood, some his own people, others true to the fealty they owed him. Having increased his army by levying large bodies of foot soldiers, fierce and undisciplined bands of Welshmen, and of recruits drawn from Bristol and other towns in the neighbourhood, he marched to offer the king battle. Roger the Earl of Hereford also, and other powerful barons, with one consent, collected their forces and speedily joined him, and advancing within 2 miles of the royal camp, they lay watching until other troops who were preparing to join them reinforced the army. The barons in the king's camp, learning that such hordes of the enemy had flocked together to offer them battle, and dreading the headlong rush of the fierce Welsh and the disorderly crush of the Bristol mob, assembled by the Earl in such vast numbers to overwhelm the royal troops, they wisely advised the king to raise the siege and, for a while, draw off his army on some other enterprise. They represented that it was rash and dangerous to expose his small band of men-at-arms among such a crowd of butchers fighting on foot, more especially as the king's troops were at a great distance from their resources and were worn by a long march, while on the contrary the enemy assembled from the neighbouring towns and castles came to the battle in full vigour, fresh from their homes, and with their strength undiminished by suffering on the road. They therefore said that it would be prudent to abandon the siege at present, lest they should suffer a reverse in engaging with the fierce multitudes who now threatened to surround them. The king assented to this judicious advice, and withdrawing in great haste from that neighbourhood, marched to Winchcombe, arriving unexpectedly before the castle which Roger, the new Earl of Hereford, had built there to overawe the royal party. The king found it surrounded by a very high wall on the top of a steep bank and strongly fortified on all sides, but there were few men left for its defence, for the rest had quitted it in a panic the moment they were apprised of the king's unexpected approach. He therefore ordered it to be instantly stormed, selecting the boldest men-at-arms for the assault, who were to mount the walls, while the archers covered them with showers of arrows, and the main body, attacking the castle on all sides, poured into the place whatever missiles were at hand. The assault was so impetuous and well supported that the party within the castle were unable to withstand it, and throwing down their arms, they surrendered the place. After encouraging his adherents, who had erected many castles in Gloucestershire and held a good part of the country, the king marched against Hugh Bigod, the most turbulent of his enemies, who, when he understood that the king was gone into Gloucestershire, as report said, to undertake a siege, counting on his being long detained, engaged with great activity in predatory excursions round the royal castles. But the king, attacking him unawares with great energy, put a total end to his enterprise, taking prisoner some of his troops, dispersing the rest, and even making great devastation of his lands. He also built 3 castles in that country, to divert at least Hugh's regular exertions, and there the king rested a considerable time. About this time, one Turgis of Norman extraction, and born, they said, at Orleans, revolted against the king, for a thing so absurd it was hardly credited. For he was of the king's privy councils, and was reckoned the most trusty of all his courtiers, and though of low origin and of a mean house, his connection with the king had raised him to great riches and honours. It therefore struck everyone with astonishment that after receiving so many proofs of the king's favour and friendship, he could possibly be induced to rebel against him. The origin of the quarrel was this: the king had granted him the custody of the castle of Walden, with the surrounding territory, reserving the ownership to himself, but when the king wished to pay his usual visit to the castle, as being his own property, and the fruit of his own labours, Turgis, fearing that the possession of it might be transferred to someone else, forbade the king's entrance, and withdrew privately from the royal presence, and from the court, doubtful what might happen, and not foreseeing that Providence, which disposes all things as it willeth, and to whom it willeth, would shortly remove him from inhabiting the castle. It happened that on a certain occasion he had left the castle to hunt, and was following in great glee, sounding his horn, the hounds which were in pursuit of the game, some of the pack running on scent, and others depending on their swiftness of foot, when behold, the king himself suddenly made his appearance at the head of a strong troop of horse, his good fortune, or rather Providence, seconding his wishes. The king, being informed that his enemy had come forth from the castle, and was now in his power, gave orders that he should be surrounded and made prisoner, and being bound in fetters, should be at once hanged on a lofty gallows before the castle gate, unless he saved his life by its immediate surrender. Hugh was now in a great strait. On the one hand, it was very painful to give up that on which he had set his hopes, and which was now his only refuge. On the other, there was no possibility of escape unless by surrendering the castle. To save his life, therefore, he submitted to the king's will. While these events were occurring in that quarter, and the king went elsewhere to restore order in other districts, the partisans of the Earl of Gloucester, that is, William de Dover and his followers, whose cruelties I have briefly mentioned, carried on perpetual hostilities against the royalists. At one time he made furious attacks on the troops the king had left at Oxford to protect that country, which, notwithstanding, was pillaged and devastated with fire and sword. At another time his ruinous excursions were directed against those who kept ward for the king at Malmesbury, to the great injury of the neighbouring country, and the severe loss of both parties. Nor did William de Dover cease from incessant hostilities against the Royalists until he had taken by stratagem Walter, a stout soldier, experienced in war, who had been appointed by the king commander of the troops at Malmesbury, having committed him to the custody of the Countess of Anjou and her son, William de Dover, repenting of the great evils and cruelties which he had mercilessly inflicted on the people, joined the crusade to Jerusalem to obtain pardon for his sins, and there, after many valiant and glorious achievements against the infidels, he was at length slain and died happily. The Countess of Anjou, having now in her power the man whom of all others she most hated, strove both by her blandishments and by threats of torture and of death to induce him to surrender Malmesbury Castle, but he, resisting with constancy all the seductions of female influence, and regardless of her menaces, could not be induced to comply with her demand. Indeed, if he had agreed to the surrender, as far as he was concerned, it would not have availed, for his comrades of the royal force, who, on his capture, had retired into the castle, would by no means have assented, and the king, when he heard of William's being made prisoner, came in all haste, and having reinforced the garrison, and well victualled it, turned his attention to other affairs. The Countess, her hopes thus frustrated, had nothing left but to exercise her utmost cruelty against her prisoner, and loading him with chains, he was thrown into a loathsome dungeon. William, just before mentioned, having resigned the custody of Cricklade Castle, Philip, the son of the Earl of Gloucester, a quarrelsome man of great cruelty, ready for the most desperate enterprises, and consummately malignant, took possession of it with a strong body of soldiers. This Philip made violent attacks on the Royalists wherever he could find them, pillaging, devastating, and burning their possessions, and at other times giving battle to the holders of their castles. On one hand, he widened the range of his tyrannical power. On the other, he invaded the rights of others by his indiscriminate attacks. And wherever his fierce ravages extended, his hand was heavily laid on the property of the church. At that same time, William de Charmy was governor of Oxford and the king's commissioner and commander of the royal force. He had often checked the inroads of Philip by engaging him with some light troops, so that their mutual encounters in that part of the country made it a spectacle of strife and desolation. Philip had sometimes the superiority because he had his father's support and was reinforced by the followers of the Countess of Anjou, who flocked to his aid as often as there was occasion. He now recommended his father to draw nearer to Oxford and erecting castles in suitable locations, to confine the sallies of the king's troops within narrower bounds. The Earl, listening readily to this advice, collected his whole force, and coming to a little town which in English bears the name of Farringdon, a most agreeable situation and abundantly supplied, he built there a castle, well fortified with a wall and outworks, and placed in it a garrison, chosen out of the flower of his troops, which severally checked the incursions of the king's soldiers from Oxford and other castles round about, by which his adherents had been infested. The garrisons of the royal castles were now greatly strained, being hemmed in by the enemy and confined within narrow limits, and nothing was left them but to implore succour from the king, which they did by letters, which the bearers were to deliver with the utmost haste. Upon receiving intelligence of the straits to which his garrisons were reduced, and of the enemy's superior power, leaving other pressing affairs unfinished, he put himself without a moment's delay at the head of a large body of troops, and marching to Oxford, rested there a few days until he had obtained reinforcements. His army being then swelled to a powerful force, he marched to Farringdon, where he pitched his camp, intending to lay siege to the castle. But first he gave orders for the unusual but not unprofitable undertaking of fortifying his camp, by carefully surrounding it with a trench and outworks, to protect it from the enemy's sallies, so that having this refuge to fall back on, their own safety might be secured, and when it was prudent they might attack the enemy with better certainty and courage. There was no delay in erecting war engines of wonderful powers against the castle, and these, with archers skilfully posted around the walls, severely annoyed the troops within. The engines crushed them with stones or whatever else they projected, falling on their heads. The bowmen showered flights of arrows so thick in their faces as greatly to distress them. At one time missiles of every description, poised on high, were hurled through the air, and falling within the place thinned the ranks of the besieged. At another, the bravest of the youth, boldly climbing the steep declivity of the rampart, engaged sharply those within, from whom they were only separated by the palisades. The Royalists harassed the besiegers by daily attacks of this kind, while they on their part made a stout resistance until the chief men in the garrison, unknown to the rest, had a secret communication with the king, and proposed to capitulate upon terms agreed between them. The possession of this castle was, under God, the crown of his fortune, and the height of his glory, as it not only enabled him munificently to enrich his comrades from the ransoms paid by the captives, and the stores of arms and treasures which it abundantly stored, but because the enemy was deeply disheartened by his success, consternation spread gradually among them, some taking arms against him with less readiness and with reluctance, while others in alarm for their own safety made terms of peace and concord with him as soon as they could. Thus the Earl of Chester, who was in possession of nearly a third of the kingdom, humbly sought the king, and confessing his cruelty and breach of faith towards him, so that at the Battle of Lincoln he had even made his lord and king prisoner, and had everywhere usurped the royal domains, their old alliance was renewed, and the Earl was again admitted to favour. He supported the king in many enterprises with more vigour and with much better good faith than he had done before, for accompanying him to Bedford, a town which had always been a trouble to the royal cause, he took it by storm, and gave it up to the king. Next he applied himself with alacrity to discomfort the rebels who had possession of Wallingford Castle, and thence sowed the seeds of wars and disturbances throughout the kingdom. He was the king's constant companion, at the head of a gallant body of 300 knights and men of arms, until they had with great skill and labour erected a castle within sight of Wallingford, which somewhat slackened the usual invasions of the neighbouring districts. But notwithstanding that, the Earl, from the time he had renewed his alliance with the king, appeared to be his firm and useful supporter. He was held in suspicion by the king and the great men of the realm, because he had neglected to discharge the royal taxes and to give up the castles which he had forcibly seized, and he had never compensated for that fickleness and inconstancy of mind and purpose which all men knew to be natural in him, by giving pledges and hostages for his good conduct. Thus neither the king nor the heads of his council relied much on the Earl, but while affairs were in so much confusion they prudently watched the issue of events, until either the Earl, abandoning entirely his pretensions to these royalties, should attach himself more firmly and faithfully to the king, or if he should eventually refuse this, some opportunity should occur for the king's laying hands on him and making him prisoner, which in the end happened, as will be hereafter related in its proper place. Philip, the son of Robert, the Earl of Gloucester, also, who had been shortly mentioned before, seeing at this time that the king's power was predominant, entered into a treaty of peace and concord with him, and obtaining large grants of castles and lands, with many magnificent gifts. He did homage to the king, and gave him hostages. And now breathing threats and hostilities against the king's enemies, he carried fire and sword, violence and pillage into all quarters. Not only did he thus attack the hostile barons, but he devastated even his father's lands, converting them into a desert, and was everywhere held in abhorrence for his insufferable barbarity. He maintained a powerful body of troops, and possessed a number of castles, some of which were granted him by the king, and others conquered from the enemy by his own prowess. He took prisoner Robert Mussard, who had thoughtlessly and, to confess the truth, imprudently gone forth from his castle when Philip, who was lying in ambush, chanced to light upon him, and twisting a horse's bridle around his neck, and threatening to hang him, by this violence got possession of his castle. He seized likewise Reginald, the Earl of Cornwall, with his countess, and a numerous retinue, as he was on his journey to court to make peace with the king, and furnished with a safe conduct, but the capture was made without the king's privity, and notwithstanding the pledges given on both sides. Philip therefore was obliged to release his prisoners, and by so doing appeased the king's anger. And now the king with his adherents, and the countess with hers, had a meeting to treat of peace, but as the demands of both parties were arrogant, there was dissatisfaction both on one side and the other, and the meeting was ineffectual. The countess's supporters contended that the king, having usurped the throne, which was hers by right, he should abdicate it, and be deprived of the style and title of king, while he not only asserted his right to what he possessed, but vowed that, however he had acquired it, nothing should induce him to relinquish it, so that with this difference in the views of the parties, affairs returned to their former position. At this time, Henry de Caldote and his brother, Ralph, two brave soldiers of great experience in war, created great disturbances in Gloucestershire. They were deeply imbued with fraud and perfidy, always ready for rapine and conflict, unsparing in crime and sacrilege, obtaining possession of castles, sometimes by stratagem, at others by force of arms. They oppressed all their neighbours, and especially robbed the churches in various ways, not only imposing on them severe burdens in the shape of forced labour and many other extortions, but making themselves universally abhorred by their thefts and robberies, and rapine and murders. They had often incurred the sentence of excommunication for plundering the possessions of the church in several places, and at length the divine wrath inflicted on them the punishment due to their offences. For the one was hung before his own castle and perished thus horribly, the other yielding up the castle he possessed and being reduced to poverty and distress, was at last obliged to quit the kingdom in disgrace. Here truly the words of Scripture were verified, where God is described as a judge patient in punishing the sins of wicked men. For when he had long borne with his stiff-necked obstinacy, that they might be converted to a better state, when he had patiently suffered the tyranny and violence which they exercised everywhere, and especially over the possessions of the church, at length reducing each of them to the lowest pitch of ignominy and disgrace, he inflicted righteous judgment on both. For these men, who seemed not only to rival the neighbouring barons in glory and power, but to extend their pretensions widely in the land, fell by a sudden change of fortune, and with all belonging to them, came to nothing. God, who punished the guilty, be praised for all things. The castles and ample possessions they had acquired passed quickly into many hands, some of those who plotted against them, others to those who purchased the domains for money. but all tended to the same wretched end, the extension of licentious tyranny over the people, and the loosing of the bonds of peace. About this time also, Walter, the Earl of Hereford's brother, with the concurrence, it is said, of the Earl himself, seized Roger de Berkeley, an inoffensive man, who was not only allied to him by the terms of a mutual confederacy, but was his near kinsman by blood. Stripped of his garments and exposed to mockery, they bound him tightly, and putting a halter around his neck, hung him thrice before his own castle. The third time they loosened the rope and let him fall on the ground, threatening him with death in this shocking way unless he gave up his castle to the Earl, nay, bringing him to the very point of death. When he could no longer hear them, they took their departure, carrying with them the body of the wretched Robert, and as he still breathed, and there were some faint symptoms of returning life, they reserved it for further torture in the dungeon to which he was consigned. Philip, however, of whom mention was made before, being much enraged at the violence done to Roger, as well because he had taken him under his protection, as that he had married his niece, flew to arms, committing great ravages, and in his fierce indignation devastating the whole district, which he proposed to reduce under his own power. While success attended his enterprise, he was suddenly taken ill, and being feeble in body, the cruel spirit with which he had been animated was spent with his exhausted strength, and he made a vow to undertake a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, with the faithful servants who attended him, and visit the holy places. At this time uncivilized hordes of infidels, the enemies of our religion, acquired so much power over the Christians that they not only reduced to submission by force of arms the lands and flourishing cities, but even assaulted in great force Jerusalem itself, the city of cities, the prize and glory of the Crusades, putting the Christians to the sword, or shamefully carrying them away as captives, and with dreadful impiety, ruining the churches, trampling underfoot sacred things, and aiming to blot out the very name of Christ. Report spread the tidings of this disgrace and intolerable persecution throughout all Christendom. Kingdoms were in commotion, the powers of the world were shaken, and all nations were roused to a common effort to avenge the scandal. And although the flower of the English youth, all manly hearts, and the most distinguished for valour and resolution, flew with eagerness to wipe out the disgrace, so that it might have been supposed that England was depopulated and exhausted by the emigration of pilgrims in such numbers and of such classes, still civil war and rapine, the sword and the adversary, did not cease in England, because when some departed others took their place, not the less ripe for doing evil, because they had been late in addicting themselves to it. Taking every opportunity of exercising cruelty and doing violence, they rivalled each other in crime and flagitiousness, betraying and murdering one another with the utmost zeal. Justice was trodden underfoot, law was abolished, jurisdiction and power were everywhere contended for. The general and usual practice was to attack with avidity the ecclesiastical possessions. Another was to take castles by surprise. Another to defraud those with whom they were connected by the ties of fealty. Thus, the Earl of Chester, when he had usurped many of the rights of royalty and was therefore become suspect, gave himself up entirely to his habitual treachery, secretly devising means how best without open shame he could betray the king to his enemies. With this object he came to court with a very small retinue, in order to allay suspicion, and made complaints that he was suffering greatly from the enemy, especially from numerous bands of savage Welshmen, that his lands were miserably pillaged and wasted, that the cities were some of them burned and others closely beleaguered, that he and his people would be driven out of his earldom unless the king came to his succour quickly as he had relieved others. He also declared that the enemy would be alarmed at merely hearing the king's name, and that his presence would strike them with more terror than if, without him, he led thousands of soldiers against them. the Earl engaged to advance large sums of money to pay the king's troops, promising also to provide subsistence and whatever should be thought necessary. He said also that the king would not be long detained, but that his presence in a transitory expedition would serve to confound the rebels, and that he would speedily return with the honour of a glorious victory. Induced by these representations, the king had agreed to accompany the Earl, and was cheerfully engaging in making preparations for the expedition, when his principal courtiers, believing that there was treachery in the Earl's proposal, persuaded the king suddenly to change his mind. They suggested that it was inexpedient for the king to withdraw to the remote districts of Wales, at a time when he was wanted to allay the evil dissensions which were bursting forth in all parts of England, that it was not safe to lead an army through the passes of the mountains and the fastnesses of the woods, where he would continually run the risk of ambuscades by the wild natives, and where neither water to relieve their thirst would always be found, nor sufficient supplies of provisions for a royal army could be procured. It was therefore certain that the expedition would be attended with much peril and great difficulties, and it was a question whether after all they could be sure of success. Besides, it was too rash and daring a scheme for the king to commit himself so carelessly in the territories of the Earl, who had before raised the greatest part of the kingdom in arms against him, and although he might affect to espouse the royal cause, had given no securities for his fidelity by offering pledges for his good conduct, but that if he wished the king to comply with his demands, and embark with him in an expedition against the enemy, he ought in the first place to restore all that he had unjustly usurped, and renewing his fealty, confirm it by giving hostages for keeping it faithfully. If he refused to do this at once, they declared that, so far from complying with his wishes and going to his aid, he ought to be treated as an open enemy and instantly arrested and committed to close confinement until he gave the king satisfaction. When the king at last acquiesced reluctantly in this prudent advice, his friends went in a body to the Earl, who suspected nothing of the sort, and assured him that the king was prepared to accede to his request, whatever might be the result, on his consenting to the terms on the king's part which have been just stated. The Earl replied that this was not his object in coming to court, that it was not notified to him before, and that he had no opportunity of consulting his friends. Upon this they quarrelled, and words of defiance were used on both sides, the courtiers accusing the Earl of fraud and treason and a conspiracy against the king, while he, reddening with confusion, as though he felt himself guilty, first stoutly denied it, and then had recourse to subterfuges. It ended in their laying violent hands upon him, and handing him over to the royal guard, who fettered him and conducted him to prison. After this, when the barons of the Earl's party, whom he had left dispersed in their several castles, heard that their lord was a captive, they assembled their vassals and flew to arms, determined to rise against the king and attack his adherents, proclaiming their resolution to fight to the last extremity for the Earl's liberation. Others who considered the affair more deeply and prudently, reflecting that it was a serious and perilous thing to engage in hostilities in the absence of their leader, and that it would be more advisable to give up to the king whatever the Earl held belonging to him, that having obtained his freedom they might be in a position to follow his fortunes, whatever they might be, without reserve, sought an interview with the king in company with the Earl's friends. They offered to surrender the castles which the king claimed to be his own by right on the Earl's release, and pledging themselves both in private and publicly to give hostages and sureties, and whatever was required for greater security, whereupon the king held a council, at which it was resolved that it would be advantageous to him and the kingdom to accept the terms proposed, that all rights admitted to be royalties being resigned, the Earl should be liberated on his giving hostages and solemnly swearing in the presence of the court that he would not again oppose the king, retaining only the honours of his earldom. The Earl being thus set at liberty, though he ought to have preserved the peace and kept faithfully the promises he had made, yet, following the bent of his mind, he flew to arms, and breaking his engagements and disregarding the sanctity of the oath, he engaged with his followers in hostilities against the king. Indignant with rage, he mustered his men-at-arms from all quarters, and assembling bands of vulgar ruffians, ready for every kind of mischief, he inflicted rapine, fire, cruelty, and slaughter on his enemies, and sometimes on his own adherents. And what was a greater calamity, the peaceful seats and domains of the church did not escape his ravages, while he exercised a tyranny equal in truculence to that of Herod or Nero, regardless of age or sex. These many and enormous crimes drew upon him the sentence of excommunication, but it had no effect in moderating his aggressions or obtaining indulgence for any profession. At one time he was engaged in reducing the king's castles by fraud or force, at another in building new ones before the eyes of those he pillaged. And thus making predatory excursions from one part of the country to another, he reduced the whole by his devastations to a desert and a solitude. He often made his appearance with his armed bands before Lincoln, which he had given up to the king for his ransom, and in which the flower of the royal army was stationed, at one time with adverse fortune, at others with triumphant success against the royal troops. The Earl also established a strong post in face of the castle of Coventry, in which the royalists had taken refuge, thus checking their incursions through the country, whereupon the king, marching there at the head of a gallant force, threw a convoy of provisions into the garrison, which were much needed, though he had frequent skirmishes with the Earl, who lay in wait for him at places on his march, where the road was difficult. In these some of the king's troops were captured and others driven to flight, and the king himself, receiving a slight wound, was for a time disabled, but shortly afterwards, recovering his strength, he had an engagement with the Earl, in which he took many prisoners, and some of the enemy were wounded, and the Earl himself, flying shamefully and scarcely escaping with his life. His fortified post was taken and destroyed. The king also attacked several other castles of the Earl's with resolution and success, sometimes pressing the besieged garrisons with desperate attacks, at other times devastating the country around them with fire and slaughter, and never relaxing his hostilities against the Earl and his attendants. At the commencement of this insurrection, the king had made prisoner Richard Fitzgilbert, a man of high descent, who was hostage for the Earl and had pledged his castles for his release, being his nephew. He was committed to close custody and strictly guarded, until surrendering into the king's hands all his castles, as his only way of escape, he hastened to join his uncle, and disturbing the peace of the kingdom by every means he could, he often defeated the royal troops. Earl Gilbert, his uncle, required these castles to be given up to him by the king, alleging that they were his by inheritance. But the king not being prepared at present to grant his request, he withdrew privately from court, intending to break entirely with the king, and fortifying his numerous castles in that part of the kingdom, to join the Earl of Chester and the rest of the king's enemies, who were in arms against him in all quarters, that so, as he could not obtain his rights by justice, he might by arms. But hearing that Gilbert had privately withdrawn from court, and it being plain that he intended to desert his cause, the king readily listened to those who persuaded him of this, and the more because he had himself before suspected him. He instantly mustered his whole guard, and hotly pursued the fugitive. "It is monstrous," he said, "that this Gilbert, who has been raised by me to opulence, who, being a penniless knight, I elevated to the summit of honour by making him an earl, to whom over and again I have made grants of large and rich domains, all that his heart could wish, that this man should now of a sudden fly to arms against me without a thought, and joining my adversaries strengthen their opposition. Where is faith, where is shame, when he who ought to have maintained his allegiance unbroken, and have thought himself branded with disgrace if he had in any particular disregarded my favour, neither respects his fealty to myself, his only lord, nor shrinks at all from the public infamy of his conduct? Let us then follow the runaway in hot pursuit, and render all his plans for our injury abortive by the speed with which we follow his flight. No time was lost, for when the Earl reached his nearest castle, with the intention of victualling it, and leaving a garrison with orders to resist the king, lo, to his great astonishment, the king himself was seen on the other side of the castle, where his troops were drawn up in regular order, and the Earl would have been intercepted and taken, had he not, by disguising his person and concealing his face, managed in the confusion which ensued to make his escape with a few of his followers. The king ordered the castle to be instantly stormed, and the garrison being terrified and vigorously pressed, it was shortly surrendered. Two other castles of Gilbert's being quickly, and as it were in the course of the same attack, carried by storm, the king marched without delay to a fourth, called Pevensey Castle, which, built on an elevated mound, is surrounded by a stately wall, and is rendered impregnable by the sea which flows up to it, the tide filling the ditch, so that its position makes it almost inaccessible. On the king's arrival, at the head of his troops, perceiving the difficulty from the nature of the ground of carrying the castle by assault, and that those who had thrown themselves into it were prepared for resistance, he left there the faithful and regular body of troops on which he mainly relied to blockade the place, giving them strict orders to use every art and device, and to spare no labour or expense in pressing the siege on the seaboard from the ships, and on the land side by the troops, until at length the garrison, wearied out and exhausted, should own themselves unable to make a longer resistance. While these events were in progress, Henry, the son of the Countess of Anjou, the right heir and pretender to the crown of England, landed in England from beyond the sea with a gallant band of soldiers. The kingdom was struck with perturbation at his arrival, for the tidings, as wont is, spreading wider and wider, idle tales were bruited abroad, such as that he had brought many thousands of men with him, and more were shortly to follow, that he was furnished with immense sums of money, now that he had overrun one district, and then that he had burned and wasted another. His adherents, lending a ready ear to these reports, rejoiced as if a new light had burst upon them, while the royalists on the other hand were for a time depressed as if a thunderbolt had crushed them. But when it appeared certain and was distinctly ascertained by full inquiry that he had brought with him not an army but a small body of troops, that these had no ready pay, but were to look to the future for their hire, and that he engaged in no brilliant enterprise, but was wasting his time in sloth and negligence, they took courage and made a determined resistance. Thus, when he came near the town of Cricklade, and the borough called Bourton, which then belonged to the king, as if he were about to force an entrance without any obstacle, his troops were driven in disgrace from the one, and taken with panic, precipitously fled from the other. Not long afterwards, he on many occasions felt the king's power. In the next paragraph, the manuscript becomes fragmentary with numerous gaps, to carry himself more resolutely, insomuch as he had rashly and inconsiderately invaded England, unnerved by sloth and inactivity, and enfeebled by weak, their gallant, and the right heir to the crown of England, with whom they came over, being deserted, they at length dispersed. The young prince, overwhelmed with such a cloud of misfortune, was worn out with shame and distress, and hence because the faithful bands he had selected for his support, with him as he intended, and because the aid he expected from the barons of his party could find the means of paying his troops who, in the castles, and were engaged in daily conflicts with the enemy. It may be remarked that these sentences, fragmentary as they are in the manuscript, convey an impression by no means coinciding with the idea we are led to form of the character of Henry II from his general conduct. Checked not without reason by this misfortune, he consulted his mother, but her treasury was exhausted, and she had no means of supplying his pressing necessities. He also had recourse to his uncle, the Earl of Gloucester, but he was too fond of his money-bags, and chose to reserve them for his own wants, so that all in whom he trusted, failing him in the extremity of his necessity, at last, report says he made application to the king his cousin, sending messengers to him privately to implore him humbly that of his goodness he would make provisions for his pressing wants, and, remembering their near relationship, listen kindly to his request. The king, hearing this, as he was always compassionate and overflowing with kindness, listened to the young man's entreaties, and sending him money, generously relieved the man from whom, of all others, he ought to have withheld assistance, as the pretender to the crown, and his most inveterate enemy. But although the king was blamed for this, as having acted with imprudence and even folly, I am of the opinion he did it from wise and noble views, for the more kindly and humanely a man treats his adversary, the more he humbles him and lessens his power. Thus, according to the psalmist, he did not return evil for evil, but as the apostle enjoins us, he overcame evil with good, that by well-doing to his enemy he might heap coals of fire on his head. About the same time, the king, in the presence of his nobles, knighted his son Eustace, a young man of high character, endowing him with ample domains and distinguishing him by a splendid military retinue. He also conferred on him the high rank of an earl. Young as Eustace was, his manners were grave. He excelled in warlike exercises, had great natural courage, and stood high in military fame. Above all, he was courteous and affable, scattering his gifts with a generous munificence, and possessed much of his father's spirit, being in some things at times his equal, in others his superior. On the one hand, he was ever ready to draw close the bonds of peace. On the other, he never shrunk from presenting a resolute and indomitable front to his enemies. Engaging in conflict with the Earl of Chester and also with others, he bore off the prize of victory with such brilliant success that the achievements of a stripling, for the first down hardly clothed his cheeks, became the admiration of men who were perfect in military exercises, so that the son was indefatigable in crushing his enemies in one part of the kingdom, while the father returned with his usual success from another. He took by sudden assault the castle named of the Wood, where the foes of peace and tranquillity had taken refuge, infesting incessantly all the neighbourhood, and placing in it a garrison of his own. He reduced the whole district under his power. At this time also triumphantly he took the castle of Lidderley, which was delivered up to him to his great glory. For this castle, in those parts to restrain predatory excursions and defend the lands of the church which the bishop possessed in that neighbourhood. And now the Earl of Gloucester, the first of the king's enemies, and always ready to undertake any great achievement, again and again, with his army, rousing his adherents by continual exhortations and admonitions, using threats to induce some, and the offer of rewards others, to join him. By these means all were brought to be of one mind, and the dissensions in the army being healed, the troops, collected from different quarters, were full of ardour to be led against the king. But as there is neither wisdom nor prudence nor counsel against the Lord, while the Earl was scattering the seeds of confusion and civil war more widely than before, suddenly drawing near his end, he died, as they say, without the grace of repentance, at the city of Bristol. His son William succeeded to the earldom. He was somewhat advanced in years, but effeminate, a chamber knight rather than a brave soldier. However, soon after coming to the earldom, he happened for once to obtain a more brilliant success than anyone would have given him credit for. For Henry de Tracy, a man of great experience in war, who was on the king's side, had forfeited the castle of Carey, to straighten more conveniently the Earl of Gloucester and extend his own power in the district, upon which the Earl, hearing of it, marched there suddenly with a large force, and demolished the works which Henry had commenced, compelling him to make a retreat. At that time, Walter de Pinchiney, who has been mentioned before, being released from his dungeon, mainly by the assistance of the Earl of Hereford, again flew to arms, and assembling a gallant band of troops, he made an entry by a surprise into the castle of Christchurch, and killing some of those he found within, and putting others in chains, he ravaged the neighbourhood, and secured the lordship of a large district. But though he ought to have forsaken his old habits of cruelty and violence, lest through his sins he should fall once more into his enemies' hands, he continued to be still fierce and tyrannical, to plunder without mercy the possessions of the church, to worry his neighbours with quarrels, and continually to extort money and other offerings from all around, tormenting some, and putting others to death for the mere love of cruelty. But God, the just judge, at length recompensed these grievous wrongs by a righteous judgment, for the inhabitants of this place, with some of the country folk, no longer able to bear his barbarity, forming a conspiracy with the soldiers on the lordship to which they belonged. From here the manuscript becomes fragmentary. And about the castle, Walter and his followers who had gone from the castle to the church of, and implored him humbly to, his exactions, but he replying with an indignant power, nay, that he would be more imperious than ever, one of them sprung forward and severed his neck with a single blow of a sharp axe. His comrades were instantly dispatched, those who were lying in ambush making their appearance, those who held the castle forthwith. At last, terms of peace were agreed on, and the castle was recovered. About the same time, seized by surprise, the castle of Downton, which belonged of right to the Earl Patrick, and gained by stratagem the possession of the church of. The castle was plentifully victualled, furnished with munitions of war, and a band of freebooters and other were quartered in it. The imperfect state of the latter pages of our author's manuscript, and the loss of the conclusion of his memoirs, are much to be regretted. They probably extended to the death of Stephen on the 25th of October 1154, shortly after the pacification with Prince Henry. A short notice of the principal occurrences to that time will be found in the last pages of Huntingdon's history. But had our manuscript been perfect, it would have probably thrown additional light on the important transactions which secured the reversion of the crown of England to Henry II.